Section 6 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Some Necessary Iconoclasm. The Commission has kept constantly in mind that to offer a contribution of any value, such an offering must be, first, moral; second, reasonable and practical; third, possible under the constitutional powers of our courts; fourth, that which will square with the public conscience of the American people. The Vice Commission of Chicago. Introduction to Report on the Social Evil. Having adjusted such spectacles, the Commission proceeded to look at "this curse which is more blasting than any plague or epidemic, at an evil which spells only ruin to the race." In dealing with what it regards as the greatest calamity in the world, a calamity as old as civilization, the Commission lays it down beforehand that the remedy must be "moral," constitutional, and satisfactory to the public conscience. I wonder in all seriousness what the Commission would have done had it discovered a genuine cure for prostitution which happened, let us say, to conflict with the constitutional powers of our courts. I wonder how the Commission would have acted if a humble following of the facts had led them to a conviction out of tune with the existing public conscience of America. Such a conflict is not only possible, it is highly probable. When you come to think of it, the conflict appears a certainty. For the Constitution is a legal expression of the conditions under which prostitution has flourished. The social evil is rooted in institutions and manners which have promoted it, in property relations and business practice which have gathered about them a halo of reason and practicality, of morality and conscience. Any change so vast as the abolition of vice is of necessity a change in morals, practice, law, and conscience. A scientist who began an investigation by saying that his results must be moral or constitutional would be a joke. We have had scientists like that, men who insisted that research must confirm the biblical theory of creation. We have had economists who set out with the preconceived idea of justifying the factory system. The world has recently begun to see through this kind of intellectual fraud. If a doctor should appear who offered a cure for tuberculosis on the ground that it was justified by the Bible, and that it conformed to the opinions of that great mass of the American people who believe that fresh air is the devil, we should promptly lock up that doctor as a dangerous quack. When the negroes of Kansas were said to be taking pink pills to guard themselves against Halley's Comet, they were doing something which appeared to them as eminently practical and entirely reasonable. Not long ago we read of the savage way in which a leper was treated out West. His leprosy was not regarded as a disease, but as the curse of God, and if I remember correctly, the Bible was quoted in court as an authority on leprosy. The treatment seemed entirely moral and squared very well with the conscience of that community. I have heard reputable physicians condemn a certain method of psychotherapy because it was "immoral." A woman once told me that she had let her son grow up ignorant of his sexual life because "a mother should never mention anything embarrassing to her child." Many of us are still blushing for the way America treated Gorky when it found that Russian morals did not square with the public conscience of America. And the time is not yet past when we punish the offspring of illicit love and visit vengeance unto the third and fourth generations. One reads in the report of the Vice Commission that many public hospitals in Chicago refuse to care for venereal diseases. The examples are endless. They run from the absurd to the monstrous. But always the source is the same. Idols are set up to which all the living must bow. We decide beforehand that things must fit a few preconceived ideas. And when they don't, which is most of the time, we deny truth, falsify facts, and prefer the coddling of our theory to any deeper understanding of the real problem before us. It seems as if a theory were never so active as when the reality behind it has disappeared. The empty name, the ghostly phrase, exercise an authority that is appalling. When you think of the blood that has been shed in the name of Jesus, when you think of the Holy Roman Empire, "neither holy, nor Roman, nor imperial," of the constitutional phrases that cloak all sorts of thievery, of the common law precedents that tyrannize over us, history begins to look almost like the struggle of man to emancipate himself from phrase worship. The devil can quote scripture, and law, and morality, and reason, and practicality. The devil can use the public conscience of his time. He does in wars, in racial and religious persecutions. He did in the Spain of the Inquisition. He does in the American lynching. For there is nothing so bad but it can masquerade as moral. Conquerors have gone forth with the blessing of popes. A nation invokes its God before beginning a campaign of murder, rape, and pillage. The ruthless exploitation of India becomes the civilizing fulfillment of "the white man's burden." Not infrequently the missionary, drummer, and prospector are embodied in one man. In the 19th century church, press, and university devoted no inconsiderable part of their time to proving the high moral and scientific justice of child labor and human sweating. It is a matter of record that chattel slavery in this country was deduced from biblical injunction, that the universities furnished brains for its defense. Surely Bernard Shaw was not describing the Englishmen alone when he said in The Man of Destiny that, "You will never find an Englishman in the wrong. He does everything on principle. He fights you on patriotic principles. He robs you on business principles." Liberty, equality, fraternity. What a grotesque career those words have had. Almost every attempt to mitigate the hardships of industrialism has had to deal with the bogey of liberty. Labor organization, factory laws, health regulations are still fought as infringements of liberty. And in the name of equality, what fantasies of taxation have we not woven? What travesties of justice set up? "The law in its majestic equality," writes Anatole France, "forbids the rich as well as the poor to sleep in the streets and to steal bread." Fraternity becomes the hypocritical slogan by which we refuse to enact what is called class legislation, a policy in which theory denies the existence of classes, in practice legislates in favor of the rich. The laws which go unchallenged are laws friendly to business. Class legislation means working class legislation. You have to go among lawyers to see this idolatrous process in its most perfect form. When a judge sets out to "interpret" the Constitution, what is it that he does? He takes a sentence written by a group of men more than 100 years ago. That sentence expressed their policy about certain conditions which they had to deal with. In it was summed up what they intended to do about the problems they saw. That is all the sentence means. But in the course of a century new problems arise, problems the fathers could no more have foreseen than we can foresee the problems of the year 2000. Yet that sentence which contained their wisdom about particular events has acquired an emotional force which persists long after the events have passed away. Legends gather about the men who wrote it. Those legends are absorbed by us almost with our mother's milk. We never again read that sentence straight. It has a gravity out of all proportion to its use, and we call it a fundamental principle of government. Whatever we want to do is hallowed and justified if it can be made to appear as a deduction from that sentence. To put new wine in old bottles is one of the aims of legal casuistry. Reformers practice it. You hear it said that the initiative and referendum are a return to the New England town meeting. That is supposed to be an argument for direct legislation. But surely the analogy is superficial, the difference profound. The infinitely greater complexity of legislation today, the vast confusion in the aims of the voting population, produce a difference of so great a degree that it amounts to a difference in kind. The naturalist may classify the dog and the fox, the house cat and the tiger together for certain purposes. The historian of political forms may see in the town meeting a forerunner of direct legislation. But no housewife dare classify the cat and the tiger, the dog and the fox as the same kind of animal. And no statesman can argue the virtues of the referendum from the successes of the town meeting. But the propagandists do it nevertheless, and their propaganda thrives upon it. The reason is simple. The town meeting is an obviously respectable institution, glorified by all the reverence men give to the dead. It has acquired the seal of an admired past, and any proposal that can borrow that seal can borrow that reverence too. A name trails behind it an army of associations. That army will fight in any cause that bears the name. So the reformers of California, the Lorimerites of Chicago, and the Barnes Republicans of Albany all use the name of Lincoln for their political associations. In the struggle that preceded the Republican Convention of 1912, it was rumored that the Taft reactionaries would put forward Lincoln's son as chairman of the convention in order to counteract Roosevelt's claim that he stood in Lincoln's shoes. Casuistry is nothing but the injection of your own meaning into an old name. At school, when the teacher asked us whether we had studied the lesson, the invariable answer was yes. We had indeed stared at the page for a few minutes, and that could be called studying. Sometimes the headmaster would break into the room just in time to see the conclusion of a scuffle. Jimmy's clothes are white with dust. "Johnny, did you throw chalk at Jimmy?" "No, sir," says Johnny, and then under his breath, to placate God's penchant for truth, "I threw the chalk eraser." Once in Portland, Maine, I ordered iced tea at an hotel. The waitress brought me a glass of yellowish liquid with a 2-inch collar of foam at the top. No tea I had ever seen outside of a Prohibition state looked like that. Though it was tea, it might have been beer. Perhaps if I had smiled or winked in ordering the tea, it would have been beer. The two looked alike in Portland. They were interchangeable. You could drink tea and fool yourself into thinking it was beer. You could drink beer and pass for a tea toper. It is rare, I think, that the fraud is so genial and so deliberate. The openness cleanses it. Advertising, for example, would be nothing but gigantic and systematic lying if almost everybody didn't know that it was. Yet it runs into the sinister all the time. The pure food agitation is largely an effort to make the label and the contents tell the same story. It was noteworthy that following the discovery of salvarsan, or 606, by Dr. Ehrlich, the quack doctors began to call their treatments 606. But the deliberate casuistry of lawyers, quacks, or politicians is not so difficult to deal with. The very deliberation makes it easier to detect, for it is generally awkward. What one man can consciously devise, other men can understand. But unconscious casuistry deceives us all. No one escapes it entirely. A wealth of evidence could be adduced to support this from the studies of dreams and fantasies made by the Freudian school of psychologists. They have shown how constantly the mind cloaks up a deep meaning in a shallow incident, how the superficial is all the time being shoved into the light of consciousness in order to conceal a buried intention. How inveterate is our use of symbols. Between ourselves and our real natures, we interpose that wax figure of idealizations and selections which we call our character. We extend this into all our thinking. Between us and the realities of social life, we build up a mass of generalizations, abstract ideas, ancient glories, and personal wishes. They simplify and soften experience. It is so much easier to talk of poverty than to think of the poor, to argue the rights of capital than to see its results. Pretty soon we come to think of the theories and abstract ideas as things in themselves. We worry about their fate and forget their original content. For words, theories, symbols, slogans, abstractions of all kinds are nothing but the porous vessels into which life flows, is contained for a time, and then passes through. But our reverence clings to the vessels. The old meaning may have disappeared, a new one come in. No matter, we try to believe there has been no change. And when life's expansion demands some new container, nothing is more difficult than the realization that the old vessels cannot be stretched to the present need. It is interesting to notice how in the very act of analyzing it I have fallen into this curious and ancient habit. My point is that the metaphor is taken for the reality. I have used at least 6 metaphors to state it. Abstractions are not cloaks, nor wax figures, nor walls, nor vessels, and life doesn't flow like water. What they really are you and I know inwardly by using abstractions and living our lives. But once I attempt to give that inwardness expression, I must use the only weapons I have: abstractions, theories, phrases. By an effort of the sympathetic imagination, you can revive within yourself something of my inward sense. As I have had to abstract from life in order to communicate, so you are compelled to animate my abstractions in order to understand. I know of no other method of communication between two people. Language is always grossly inadequate. It is inadequate if the listener is merely passive, if he falls into the mistake of the literal-minded, who expect words to contain a precise image of reality. They never do. All language can achieve is to act as a guidepost to the imagination, enabling the reader to recreate the author's insight. The artist does that. He controls his medium so that we come most readily to the heart of his intention. In the lyric poet the control is often so delicate that the hearer lives over again the finely shaded mood of the poet. Take the words of a lyric for what they say, and they say nothing most of the time. And that is true of philosophers. You must penetrate the ponderous vocabulary, the professional cant to the insight beneath, or you scoff at the mountain ranges of words and phrases. It is this that Bergson means when he tells us that a philosopher's intuition always outlasts his system. Unless you get at that, you remain forever foreign to the thinker. That too is why debating is such a wretched amusement, and most partisanship, most controversy, so degrading. The trick here is to argue from the opponent's language, never from his insight. You take him literally, you pick up his sentences, and you show what nonsense they are. You do not try to weigh what you see against what he sees. You contrast what you see with what he says. So debating becomes a way of confirming your own prejudices. It is never, never in any debate I have suffered through, a search for understanding from the angles of two differing insights. And, of course, in those more sinister forms of debating, court trials, where the stakes are so much bigger, the skill of a successful lawyer is to make the atmosphere as opaque as possible to the other lawyer's contention. Men have been hanged as a result. How often in a political campaign does a candidate suggest that behind the platforms and speeches of his opponents there might be some new and valuable understanding of the country's need? The fact is that we argue and quarrel an enormous lot over words. Our prevailing habit is to think about phrases, ideals, theories, not about the realities they express. In controversy we do not try to find our opponent's meaning. We examine his vocabulary. And in our own efforts to shape policies, we do not seek out what is worth doing. We seek out what will pass for moral, practical, popular, or constitutional. In this the Vice Commission reflected our national habits. For those earnest men and women in Chicago did not set out to find a way of abolishing prostitution. They set out to find a way that would conform to four idols they worshipped. The only cure for prostitution might prove to be immoral, impractical, unconstitutional, and unpopular. I suspect that it is. But the honest thing to do would have been to look for that cure without preconceived notions. Having found it, the Commission could then have said to the public, "This is what will cure the social evil. It means these changes in industry, sex relations, law, and public opinion. If you think it is worth the cost, you can begin to deal with the problem. If you don't, then confess that you will not abolish prostitution, and turn your compassion to softening its effects." That would have left the issues clear and wholesome. But the procedure of the Commission is a blow to honest thinking. Its conclusions may, "square with the public conscience of the American people," but they will not square with the intellectual conscience of anybody. To tell you at the top of the page that absolute annihilation of prostitution is the ultimate ideal, and 20 lines further on that the method must be constitutional, is nothing less than an insult to the intelligence. Calf worship was never more idolatrous than this. Truth would have slept more comfortably in Procrustes' bed. Let no one imagine that I take the four preconceived ideas of the Commission too seriously. On the first reading of the report, they aroused no more interest in me than the ordinary lip honor we all do to conventionality. I had heard of the great fearlessness of this report, and I supposed that this bending of the knee was nothing but the innocent hypocrisy of the reformer who wants to make his proposal not too shocking. But it was a mistake. Those four idols really dominated the minds of the Commission, and without them the report cannot be understood. They are typical idols of the American people. This report offers an opportunity to see the concrete results of worshiping them. A valuable contribution, then, must be moral, There is no doubt that the Commission means sexually moral. We Americans always use the word in that limited sense. If you say that Jones is a moral man, you mean that he is faithful to his wife. He may support her by selling pink pills. He is nevertheless moral if he is monogamous. The average American rarely speaks of industrial piracy as immoral. He may condemn it, but not with that word. If he extends the meaning of immoral at all, it is to the vices most closely allied to sex, drink and gambling. Now, sexual morality is pretty clearly defined for the Commission. As we have seen, it means that sex must be confined to procreation by a healthy, intelligent, and strictly monogamous couple. All other sexual expression would come under the ban of disapproval. I am sure I do the Commission no injustice. Now, this limited conception of sex has had a disastrous effect. It has forced the Commission to ignore the sexual impulse in discussing a sexual problem. Any modification of the relationship of men and women was immediately put out of consideration. Such suggestions as Forel, Helen Key, or Havelock Ellis make could, of course, not even get a hearing. With this moral ideal in mind, not only vice but sex itself becomes an evil thing. Hence the hysterical and minute application of the taboo wherever sex shows itself. Barred from any reform which would reabsorb the impulse into civilized life, the commissioners had no other course but to hunt it as an outlaw. And in doing this, they were compelled to discard the precious values of art, religion, and social life of which this superfluous energy is the creator. Driven to think of it as bad, except for certain particular functions, they could, of course, not see its possibilities. Hence the poverty of their suggestions along educational and artistic lines. A valuable contribution, we are told, must be reasonable and practical. Here is a case where words cannot be taken literally. Reasonable, in America, certainly never even pretended to mean in accordance with a rational ideal, and practical, well, one thinks of practical politics, practical businessmen, and unpractical reformers. Boiled down, these words amount to something like this: the proposals must not be new or startling, must not involve any radical disturbance of any respectable person's selfishness, must not call forth any great opposition, must look definite and immediate, must be tangible, like a raid, or a jail, or the paper of an ordinance, or a policeman's club. Above all, a reasonable and practical proposal must not require any imaginative patience. The actual proposals have all these qualities. If they are reasonable and practical, then we know by a good demonstration what these terms meant to that average body of citizens. To see that is to see exposed an important facet of the American temperament. Our dislike of talk, the frantic desire to do something without inquiring whether it is worth doing, the dollar standard, the unwillingness to cast any bread upon the waters, our preference for a sparrow in the hand to a forest of songbirds, the naive inability to understand the inner satisfactions of bankrupt poets and the unworldliness of eccentric thinkers, success mania, philistinism, they are pieces of the same cloth. They come from failure or unwillingness to project the mind beyond the daily routine of things, to play over the whole horizon of possibilities, and to recognize that all is not said when we have spoken. In those words, reasonable and practical, is the Chinese wall of America, that narrow boundary which contracts our vision to the moment, cuts us off from the culture of the world, and makes us such provincial, unimaginative blunderers over our own problems. Fixation upon the immediate has made a rich country poor in leisure, has in a land meant for liberal living incited an insane struggle for existence. One suspects at times that our national cult of optimism is no real feeling that the world is good, but a fear that pessimism will produce panics. How this fascination of the obvious has balked the work of the Commission, I need not elaborate. That the long process of civilizing sex received perfunctory attention, that the imaginative value of sex was lost in a dogma, that the implied changes in social life were dodged, all that has been pointed out. It was the inability to rise above the immediate that makes the report read as if the policeman were the only agent of civilization. For where in the report is any thorough discussion by sociologists of the relations of business and marriage to vice? Why is there no testimony by psychologists to show how sex can be affected by environment, by educators to show how it can be trained, by industrial experts to show how monotony and fatigue affect it? Where are the detailed proposals by specialists for decent housing and working conditions, for educational reform, for play facilities? The Commission wasn't afraid of details. Didn't it recommend searchlights in the parks as a weapon against vice? Why then isn't there a budget, a large comprehensive budget, precise and informing, in which provision is made for beginning to civilize Chicago? That wouldn't have been reasonable and practical, I presume, for it would have cost millions and millions of dollars. And where would the money have come from? Were the single taxers, the socialists, consulted? But their proposals would require big changes in property interests, and would that be reasonable and practical? Evidently not. It is more reasonable and practical to keep park benches out of the shadows and to plague unescorted prostitutes. And where are the open questions, the issues that everybody should consider, the problems that scientists should study? I see almost no trace of them. Why are the sexual problems not even stated? Where are the doubts that should have honored these investigations, the frank statement of all the gaps in knowledge and the obscurities in morals? Knowing perfectly well that vice will not be repressed within a year or prostitution absolutely annihilated in 10, it might, I should think, have seemed more important that the issues be made clear and the thought of the people fertilized than that the report should look very definite and precise. There are all sorts of things we do not understand about this problem. The opportunities for study which the commissioners had must have made these empty spaces evident. Why then were we not taken into their confidence? Along what lines is investigation most needed? To what problems, what issues, shall we give our attention? What is the debatable ground in this territory? The Commission does not say, and I for one ascribe the silence to the American preoccupation with immediate, definite, tangible interests. End of section 6. Section 7 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Continuation of Chapter 6. Wells has written penetratingly about this in The New Machiavelli. I have called this fixation on the nearest object at hand an American habit. Perhaps, as Mr. Wells shows, it is an English one too. But in this country we have a philosophy to express it. the philosophy of the reasonable and the practical. And so I do not hesitate to import Mr. Wells' observations. "It has been the chronic mistake of statecraft and all organizing spirits to attempt immediately to scheme and arrange and achieve. Priests, schools of thought, political schemers, leaders of men, have always slipped into the error of assuming that they can think out the whole, or at any rate completely think out definite parts, of the purpose and future of man, clearly and finally. They have set themselves to legislate and construct on that assumption, and experiencing the perplexing obduracy and evasions of reality, they have taken to dogma, persecution, training, pruning, secretive education, and all the stupidities of self-sufficient energy. In the passion of their good intentions, they have not hesitated to conceal facts, suppress thought, crush disturbing initiatives and apparently detrimental desires. And so it is blunderingly and wastefully, destroying with the making, that any extension of social organization is at present achieved. Directly, however, this idea of an emancipation from immediacy is grasped, directly the dominating importance of this critical, less personal, mental hinterland in the individual and of the collective mind in the race is understood, the whole problem of the statesman and his attitude towards politics gains a new significance, and becomes accessible to a new series of solutions." Let no one suppose that the unwillingness to cultivate what Mr. Wells calls the mental hinterland is a vice peculiar to the business man. The colleges submit to it whenever they concentrate their attention on the details of the student's vocation before they have built up some cultural background. The whole drift towards industrial training in schools has the germs of disaster within it, a preoccupation with the technique of a career. I am not a lover of the cultural activities of our schools and colleges, still less am I a lover of shallow specialists. The unquestioned need for experts in politics is full of the very real danger that detailed preparation may give us a bureaucracy, a government by men divorced from human tradition. The churches submit to the demand for immediacy with great alacrity. Look at the so-called liberal churches. Reacting against an empty formalism, they are tumbling over themselves to prove how directly they touch daily life. You read glowing articles in magazines about preachers who devote their time to housing reforms, milk supplies, the purging of the civil service. If you lament the ugliness of their churches, the poverty of the ritual, and the political absorption of their sermons, you are told that the church must abandon forms and serve the common life of men. There are many ways of serving everyday needs. Turning churches into social reform organs and political rostra is, it seems to me, an obvious but shallow way of performing that service. When churches cease to paint the background of our lives, to nourish a Weltanschauung, strengthen men's ultimate purposes, and reaffirm the deepest values of life, then churches have ceased to meet the needs for which they exist. That hinterland affects daily life, and the church which cannot get a leverage on it by any other method than entering into immediate political controversy is simply a church that is dead. It may be an admirable agent of reform, but it has ceased to be a church. A large wing of the Socialist Party is the slave of obvious success. It boasts that it has ceased to be visionary and has become practical. Votes, winning campaigns, putting through reform measures seem a great achievement. It forgets the difference between voting the socialist ticket and understanding socialism. The vote is the tangible thing, and for that these socialist politicians work. They get the votes, enough to elect them to office. In the city of Schenectady that happened as a result of the mayoralty campaign of 1911. I had an opportunity to observe the results. A few socialists were in office, set to govern a city with no socialist hinterland. It was a pathetic situation, for any reform proposal had to pass the judgment of men and women who did not see life as the officials did. On no important measure could the administration expect popular understanding. What was the result? In crucial issues like taxation, the socialists had to submit to the ideas, the general state of mind of the community. They had to reverse their own theories and accept those that prevailed in that unconverted city. I wondered over our helplessness, for I was during a period one of those officials. The other members of the administration used to say at every opportunity that we were fighting "the beast" or "special privilege." But to me it always seemed that we were like Peer Gynt struggling against the formless Boyg, invisible yet everywhere. We were struggling with the unwatered hinterland of the citizens of Schenectady. I understood then, I think, what Wells meant when he said that he wanted "no longer to fix up, as people say, human affairs, but to devote his forces to the development of that needed intellectual life, without which all his shallow attempts at fixing up are futile." For in the last analysis, the practical and the reasonable are little idols of clay that thwart our efforts. The third requirement of a valuable contribution, says the Chicago Commission, is the constitutional sanction. This idol carries its own criticism with it. The worship of the Constitution amounts, of course, to saying that men exist for the sake of the Constitution. The person who holds fast to that idea is forever incapable of understanding either men or constitutions. It is a prime way of making laws ridiculous. If you want to cultivate lèse majesté in Germany, get the Kaiser to proclaim his divine origin. If you want to promote disrespect of the courts, announce their infallibility. But in this case, the Commission is not representative of the dominant thought of our times. The vital part of the population has pretty well emerged from any dumb acquiescence in constitutions. Theodore Roosevelt, who reflects so much of America, has very definitely cast down this idol. Now, since he stands generally some 20 years behind the pioneer, and about 6 months ahead of the majority, we may rest assured that this much-needed iconoclasm is in process of achievement. Closely related to the Constitution, and just as decadent today, are the sanctity of private property, vested rights, competition, the life of trade, prosperity at any cost. Each one of these ideas was born of an original need, served its historical function, and survived beyond its allotted time. Nowadays you still come across some of these ancient notions, especially in courts, where they do no little damage in perverting justice, but they are ghost-like and disreputable, gibbering and largely helpless. He who is watching the ascendant ideas of American life can afford to feel that the early maxims of capitalism are doomed. But the habit of mind which would turn an instrument of life into an immutable law of its existence, that habit is always with us. We may outgrow our adoration of the Constitution or private property only to establish some new totem pole. In the arts we call this inveterate tendency classicalism. It is, of course, a habit by no means confined to the arts. Politics, religion, science are subject to it. In politics we call it conservative. In religion, orthodox. In science we describe it as academic. Its manifestations are multiform, but they have a common source. An original creative impulse of the mind expresses itself in a certain formula. Posterity makes the formula for the impulse. A genius will use his medium in a particular way because it serves his need. This way becomes a fixed rule which the classicalist serves. It has been pointed out that because the first steam trains were run on roads built for carts and coaches, the railway gauge almost everywhere in the world became fixed at 4 feet 8 1/2 inches. You might say that genius works inductively and finds a method. The conservative works deductively from the method and defeats whatever genius he may have. A friend of mine had written a very brilliant article on a play which had puzzled New York. Some time later I was discussing the article with another friend of a decidedly classicalist bent. "What is it?" he protested. "It isn't criticism, for it's half rhapsody. It isn't rhapsody because it is analytical. What is it? That's what I want to know." "But isn't it fine and worth having, and aren't you glad it was written?" I pleaded. "Well, if I knew what it was!" And so the argument ran for hours. Until he had subsumed the article under certain categories he had come to accept, appreciation was impossible for him. I have many arguments with my classicalist friend. This time it was about George Moore's Ave. I was trying to express my delight. "It isn't a novel, or an essay, or a real confession. It's nothing," said he. His well-ordered mind was compelled to throw out of doors any work for which he had no carefully prepared pocket. I thought of Aristotle, who denied the existence of a mule because it was neither a horse nor an ass. Dramatic critics follow Aristotle in more ways than one. A play is produced which fascinates an audience for weeks. It is published and read all over the world. Then you are treated to endless discussions by the critics trying to prove that it is not a play. So and so and so constitute a play, they affirm. This thing doesn't meet the requirements, so away with it. They forget that nobody would have had the slightest idea what a play was if plays hadn't been written, that the rules deduced from the plays that have already been written are no eternal law for the plays that will be. Classicalism and invention are irreconcilable enemies. Let it be understood that I am not decrying the great nourishment which a living tradition offers. The criticism I am making is of those who try to feed upon the husks alone. Without the slightest paradox, one might say that the classicalist is most foreign to the classics. He does not put himself within the creative impulses of the past. He is blinded by their manifestations. It is perhaps no accident that two of the greatest classical scholars in England, Gilbert Murray and Alfred Zimmern, are political radicals. The man whom I call here the classicalist cannot possibly be creative, for the essence of his creed is that there must be nothing new under the sun. The United States, you imagine, would of all nations be the freest from classicalism. Settled as a great adventure and dedicated to an experiment in republicanism, the tradition of the country is of extending boundaries, obstacles overcome, and pioneering exploits in which a wilderness was subdued to human uses. The very air of America would seem to be a guarantee against formalism. You would think that self-government finds its surest footing here, that real autonomy of the spirit which makes human uses the goal of effort, denies all inhuman ideals, seeks out what men want and proceeds to create it. With such a history, how could a nation fail to see in its constitution anything but a tool of life, like the axe, the spade, or the plow. The West has in a measure carried its freedom over into politics and social life generally. Formalism sets in as you move east and south into the older and more settled communities. There the pioneering impulse has passed out of life into stupid history books, and the inevitable classicalism, the fear of adventure, the superstition before social invention have reasserted themselves. If I may turn for a moment from description to prophecy, it is to say that this equilibrium will not hold for very long. There are signs that the West, after achieving the reforms which it needs today, reforms which will free its economic life from the credit monopolies of the East and give it a greater fluidity in the marketing of its products, will follow the way of all agricultural communities to a rural and placid conservatism. The spirit of the pioneer does not survive forever. It is kept alive today, I believe, by certain unnatural irritants which may be summed up as absentee ownership. The West is suffering from foreignly owned railroads, power resources, and an alien credit control. But once it recaptures these essentials of its economic life, once the "progressive" movement is victorious, I venture to predict that the agricultural West will become the heart of American complacency. The East, on the other hand, with its industrial problem, must go to far more revolutionary measures for a solution. And the East is fertilized continually by European traditions. That stream of immigration brings with it 1,000 unforeseeable possibilities. The great social adventure of America is no longer the conquest of the wilderness, but the absorption of 50 different peoples. Today, perhaps, it is still predominantly a question for the East. But it means that America is turning from the contrast between her courage and nature's obstacles to a comparison of her civilization with Europe's. Immigration, more than anything else, is drawing us into world problems. Many people profess to see horrible dangers in the foreign invasion. Certainly no man is sure of its conclusion. It may swamp us. It may, if we seize the opportunity, mean the impregnation of our national life with a new brilliancy. I have said that the West is still moved by the tapering impulse of the pioneer, and I have ventured to predict that this would soon dwindle into an agricultural Toryism. That prediction may very easily be upset. Far-reaching mechanical inventions already threaten to transform farming into an industry. I refer to those applications of power to agriculture which will inevitably divorce the farmer from the ownership of his tools. An industrial revolution analogous to that in manufacture during the 19th century is distinctly probable, and capitalistic agriculture may soon cease to be a contradiction in terms. Like all inventions, it will disturb deeply the classicalist tendency, and this disturbance may generate a new impulse to replace the decadent one of the pioneer. Without some new dynamic force, America, for all her tradition, is not immune to a hardening formalism. The psychological descent into classicalism is always a strong possibility. That is why we, the children of frontiersmen, city builders, and immigrants, surprise Europe constantly with our worship of constitutions, our social and political timidity. In many ways we are more defenseless against those deadening habits than the people of Europe. Our geographical isolation preserves us from any vivid sense of national contrast. Our imaginations are not stirred by different civilizations. We have almost no spiritual weapons against classicalism. Universities, churches, newspapers are byproducts of a commercial success. We have no tradition of intellectual revolt. The American college student has the gravity and mental habits of a Supreme Court judge. His "wild oats" are rarely spiritual. The critical, analytical habit of mind is distrusted. We say that knocking is a sign of the "sore head," and we sublimate criticism by saying that every knock is a boost. America does not play with ideas. Generous speculation is regarded as insincere, and shunned as if it might endanger the optimism which underlies success. All this becomes such an insulation against new ideas that when the Yankee goes abroad he takes his environment with him. It seems at times as if our capacity for appreciating originality were absorbed in the trivial eccentricities of fads and fashions. The obvious novelties of machinery and locomotion, phonographs and yellow journalism slake the American thirst for creation pretty thoroughly. In serious matters we follow the Vice Commission's fourth essential of a valuable contribution: that which will square with the public conscience of the American people. I do not care to dilate upon the exploded pretensions of Mr. and Mrs. Grundy. They are a fairly disreputable couple by this time, because we are beginning to know how much morbidity they represent. The Vice Commission, for example, bowed to what might be called the instinctive conscience of America when it balked at tracing vice to its source in the over-respected institutions of American life and the over-respected natures of American men and women. It bowed to the prevailing conscience when it proposed taboos instead of radical changes. It bowed to a traditional conscience when it confused the sins of sex with the possibilities of sex, and it paid tribute to a verbal conscience, to a lip morality, when, with extreme irrelevance to its beloved police, it proclaimed absolute annihilation, the ultimate ideal. In brief, the Commission failed to see that the working conscience of America is today bound up with the very evil it is supposed to eradicate by a relentless warfare. It was to be expected. Our conscience is not the vessel of eternal verities. It grows with our social life, and a new social condition means a radical change in conscience. In order to do away with vice, America must live and think and feel differently. This is an old story. Because of it, all innovators have been at war with the public conscience of their time. Yet there is nothing strange or particularly disheartening about this commonplace observation. To expect anything else is to hope that a nation will lift itself by its own bootstraps. Yet there is danger the moment leaders of people make a virtue of homage to the unregenerate public conscience. In La Follette's magazine, February 17, 1912, there is a leading article called "The Great Issue." You can read there that, "the composite judgment is always safer and wiser and stronger and more unselfish than the judgment of any one individual mind. The people have been betrayed by their representatives again and again. The real danger to democracy lies not in the ignorance or want of patriotism of the people, but in the corrupting influence of powerful business organizations upon the representatives of the people." I have only one quarrel with that philosophy: its negativity. With the belief that government is futile and mischievous unless supported by the mass of the people, with the undeniable fact that business has corrupted public officials, I have no complaint. What I object to is the emphasis which shifts the blame for our troubles from the shoulders of the people to those of the corrupting interests. For this seems to me nothing but the resuscitation of the devil. When things go wrong, it is somebody else's fault. We are peculiarly open to this kind of vanity in America. If some wise law is passed, we say it is the will of the people showing its power of self-government. But if that will is so weak and timid that a great evil like child labor persists to our shame, we turn the responsibility over to the devil personified as a special interest. It is an old habit of the race, which seems to have begun with the serpent in the Garden of Eden. The word demagogue has been frightfully maltreated in late years, but surely here is its real meaning: to flatter the people by telling them that their failures are somebody else's fault. For if a nation declares it has reached its majority by instituting self-government, then it cannot shirk responsibility. These special interests, big business, a corrupt press, crooked politics, grew up within the country, were promoted by American citizens, admired by millions of them, and acquiesced in by almost all of them. Whoever thinks that business corruption is the work of a few inhumanly cunning individuals with monstrous morals is self-righteous without excuse. Capitalists did not violate the public conscience of America, they expressed it. That conscience was inadequate and unintelligent. We are being pinched by the acts it nourished. A great outcry has arisen, and a number of perfectly conventional men like Lorimer suffer an undeserved humiliation. We say it is a moral awakening. That is another dodge by which we pretend that we were always wise and just, though a trifle sleepy. In reality we are witnessing a change of conscience, initiated by cranks and fanatics, sustained for a long time by minorities, which has at last infected the mass of the people. The danger I spoke of arises just here. The desire to infect at once the whole mass crowds out the courage of the innovator. No man can do his best work if he bows at every step to the public conscience of his age. The real service to democracy is the fullest, freest expression of talent. The best servants of the people, like the best valets, must whisper unpleasant truths in the master's ear. It is the court's fool, not the foolish courtier, whom the king can least afford to lose. Hostile critics of democracy have long pointed out that mediocrity becomes the rule. They have not been without facts for their support. And I do not see why we who believe in democracy should not recognize this danger and trace it to its source. Certainly it is not answered with a sneer. I have worked in the editorial office of a popular magazine, a magazine that is known widely as a champion of popular rights. By personal experience, by intimate conversations, and by looking about, I think I am pretty well aware of what the influence of business upon journalism amounts to. I have seen the inside working of business pressure. Articles of my own have been suppressed after they were in type. Friends of mine have told me stories of expurgation, of the "Morganization" of their editorial policy. And in the face of that I should like to record it as my sincere conviction that no financial power is 1/10 so corrupting, so insidious, so hostile to originality and frank statement, as the fear of the public which reads the magazine. For one item suppressed out of respect for a railroad or a bank, 9 are rejected because of the prejudices of the public. This will anger the farmers, that will arouse the Catholics, another will shock the summer girl. Anybody can take a fling at poor old Mr. Rockefeller, but the great mass of average citizens, to which none of us belongs, must be left in undisturbed possession of its prejudices. In that subservience, and not in the meddling of Mr. Morgan, is the reason why American journalism is so flaccid, so repetitious, and so dull. The people should be supreme, yes, its will should be the law of the land. But it is a caricature of democracy to make it also the law of an individual initiative. One thing it is to say that all proposals must ultimately win the acceptance of the majority. It is quite another to propose nothing which is not immediately acceptable. It is as true of the nation as of the body that one leg cannot go forward very far unless the whole body follows. That is a different thing from trying to move both legs forward at the same time. The one is democracy, the other is demolatry. It is better to catch the idol maker than to smash each idol. It would be an endless task to hunt down all the masks, the will-o'-the-wisps, and the shadows which divert us from our real purpose. Each man carries within himself the cause of his own mirages. Whenever we accept an idea as authority instead of as instrument, an idol is set up. We worship the plow and not the fruit. And from this habit there is no permanent escape. Only effort can keep the mind centered truly. Whenever criticism slackens, whenever we sink into acquiescence, the mind swerves aside and clings with the gratitude of the weary to some fixed idea. It is so much easier to follow a rule of thumb and obey the Constitution than to find out what we really want and to do it. A great deal of political theory has been devoted to asking, what is the aim of government? Many readers may have wondered why that question has not figured in these pages. For the logical method would be to decide upon the ultimate ideal of statecraft and then elaborate the technique of its realization. I have not done that because this rational procedure inverts the natural order of things and develops all kinds of theoretical tangles and pseudo-problems. They come from an effort to state abstractly in intellectual terms qualities that can be known only by direct experience. You achieve nothing but confusion if you begin by announcing that politics must achieve justice, or liberty, or happiness. Even though you are perfectly sure that you know exactly what these words mean translated into concrete experiences, it is very doubtful whether you can really convey your meaning to anyone else. Plus injustice qu'une rivière borne, vérité au-dessus des Pyrénées, erreur au-delà, says Pascal. If what is good in the world depended on our ability to define it, we should be hopeless indeed. This is an old difficulty in ethics. Many men have remarked that we quarrel over the problem of evil, never over the problem of good. That comes from the fact that good is a quality of experience which does not demand an explanation. When we are thwarted, we begin to ask why. It was the evil in the world that set Leibniz the task of justifying the ways of God to man. Nor is it an accident that in daily life misfortune turns men to philosophy. One might generalize and say that as soon as we begin to explain, it is because we have been made to complain. No moral judgment can decide the value of life. No ethical theory can announce any intrinsic good. The whole speculation about morality is an effort to find a way of living which men who live it will instinctively feel is good. No formula can express an ultimate experience. No axiom can ever be a substitute for what really makes life worth living. Plato may describe the objects which man rejoices over. He may guide them to good experiences. But each man in his inward life is a last judgment on all his values. This amounts to saying that the goal of action is, in its final analysis, aesthetic and not moral. A quality of feeling instead of conformity to rule. Words like justice, harmony, power, democracy are simply empirical suggestions which may produce the good life. If the practice of them does not produce it, then we are under no obligation to follow them. We should be idolatrous fools to do so. Every abstraction, every rule of conduct, every constitution, every law and social arrangement is an instrument that has no value in itself. Whatever credit it receives, whatever reverence we give it, is derived from its utility in ministering to those concrete experiences which are as obvious and as undefinable as color or sound. We can celebrate the positively good things, we can live them, we can create them, but we cannot philosophize about them. To the aesthetic intellect we could not convey the meaning of joy. A creature that could reason but not feel would never know the value of life, for what is ultimate is in itself inexplicable. Politics is not concerned with prescribing the ultimate qualities of life. When it tries to do so by sumptuary legislation, nothing but mischief is invoked. Its business is to provide opportunities, not to announce ultimate values, to remove oppressive evil, and to invent new resources for enjoyment. With the enjoyment itself it can have no concern. That must be lived by each individual. In a sense, the politician can never know his own success, for it is registered in men's inner lives and is largely incommunicable. An increasing harvest of rich personalities is the social reward for a fine statesmanship. But such personalities are free growths in a cordial environment. They cannot be cast in molds or shaped by law. There is no need, therefore, to generate dialectical disputes about the final goal of politics. No definition can be just. Too precise a one can only deceive us into thinking that our definition is true. Call ultimate values by any convenient name. It is of slight importance which you choose. If only men can keep their minds freed from formalism, idol worship, fixed ideas, and exalted abstractions, politicians need not worry about the language in which the end of our striving is expressed. For with the removal of distracting idols, man's experience becomes the center of thought. And if we think in terms of men, find out what really bothers them, seek to supply what they really want, hold only their experience sacred, we shall find our sanction obvious and unchallenged. End of section 7. Section 8 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Making of Creeds. My first course in philosophy was nothing less than a summary of the important systems of thought put forward in Western Europe during the last 2,600 years. Perhaps that is a slight exaggeration. We did gloss over a few centuries in the Middle Ages. For the rest, we touched upon all the historic names from Thales to Nietzsche. After about 9 weeks of this bewildering transit, a friend approached me with a sour look on his face. "You know," he said, "I can't make head or tail out of this business. I agree with each philosopher as we study him. But when we get to the next one, I agree with him too. Yet he generally says the other one was wrong. They can't all be right, can they now?" I was too much puzzled with the same difficulty to help him. Somewhat later I began to read the history of political theories. It was a less disinterested study than those sophomore speculations, for I had jumped into a profession which carried me through some of the underground passages of practical politics and reformist groups. The tangle of motives and facts and ideas was incredible. I began to feel the force of Mr. John Hobson's remark that, "if practical workers for social and industrial reforms continue to ignore principles, they will have to pay the price which short-sighted empiricism always pays, with slow, hesitant, and staggering steps, with innumerable false starts and backslidings. They will move in the dark along an unseen track toward an unseen goal." The political theorists laid some claim to lighting up both the track and the goal, and so I turned to them for help. Now whoever has followed political theory will have derived perhaps two convictions as a reward. Almost all the thinkers seem to regard their systems as true and binding, and none of these systems are. No matter which one you examine, it is inadequate. You cannot be a Platonist or a Benthamite in politics today. You cannot go to any of the great philosophers even for the outlines of a statecraft which shall be fairly complete and relevant to American life. I returned to the sophomore mood. Each of these thinkers has contributed something, has had some wisdom about events. Looked at in bulk, the philosophers can't all be right or all wrong. But like so many theoretical riddles, this one rested on a very simple piece of ignorance. The trouble was, without realizing it, I too had been in search of the philosopher's stone. I too was looking for something that could not be found. That happened in this case to be nothing less than an absolutely true philosophy of politics. It was the old indolence of hoping that somebody had done the world's thinking once and for all. I had conjured up the fantasy of a system which would contain the whole of life, be as reliable as a table of logarithms, foresee all possible emergencies, and offer entirely trustworthy rules of action. When it seemed that no such system had ever been produced, I was on the point of damning the entire tribe of theorists, from Plato to Marx. This is what one may call the naivete of the intellect. Its hope is that some man living at one place on the globe in a particular epoch will, through the miracle of genius, be able to generalize his experience for all time and all space. It says, in effect, that there is never anything essentially new under the sun, that any moment of experience sufficiently understood would be seen to contain all history and all destiny, that the intellect reasoning on one piece of experience could know what all the rest of experience was like. Looked at more closely, this philosophy means that novelty is an illusion of ignorance, that life is an endless repetition, that when you know one revolution of it, you know all the rest. In a very real sense, the world has no history and no future. The race has no career. At any moment, everything is given. Our reason could know that moment so thoroughly that all the rest of life would be like the commuter's who travels back and forth on the same line every day. There would be no inventions and no discoveries, for in the instant that reason had found the key of experience, everything would be unfolded. The present would not be the womb of the future. Nothing would be embryonic. Nothing would grow. Experience would cease to be an adventure in order to become the monotonous fulfillment of a perfect prophecy. This omniscience of the human intellect is one of the commonest assumptions in the world. Although when you state the belief as I have, it sounds absurdly pretentious, yet the boastfulness is closer to the child's who stretches out its hand for the moon, than the romantic egotist's who thinks he has created the moon and all the stars. Whole systems of philosophy have claimed such an eternal and absolute validity. The 19th century produced a bumper crop of so-called atheists, materialists, and determinists who believed in all sincerity that "science" was capable of a complete truth and unfailing prediction. If you want to see this faith in all its naivete, go into those quaint rationalist circles where Herbert Spencer's ghost announces "the laws of life," with only a few inessential details omitted. Now, of course, no philosophy of this sort has ever realized such hopes. Mankind has certainly come nearer to justifying Mr. Chesterton's observation that one of its favorite games is called "Cheat the Prophet." "The players listen very carefully and respectfully to all that the clever men have to say about what is to happen in the next generation. The players then wait until all the clever men are dead, and bury them nicely. Then they go and do something else." Now this weakness is not, as Mr. Chesterton would like to believe, confined to the clever men. But it is a weakness, and many people have speculated about it. Why, in the face of hundreds of philosophies wrecked on the rocks of the unexpected, do men continue to believe that the intellect can transcend the vicissitudes of experience? For they certainly do believe it, and generally the more parochial their outlook, the more cosmic their pretensions. All of us at times yearn for the comfort of an absolute philosophy. We try to believe that however finite we may be, our intellect is something apart from the cycle of our life, capable, by an Olympian detachment from human interests, of a divine thoroughness. Even our evolutionist philosophy, as Bergson shows, "begins by showing us in the intellect a local effect of evolution, a flame, perhaps accidental, which lights up the coming and going of living things in the narrow passage open to their action, and lo, forgetting what it has just told us, makes of this lantern glimmering in a tunnel a sun which can illuminate the world." This is what most of us do in our search for a philosophy of politics. We forget that the big systems of theory are much more like village lampposts than they are like the sun, that they were made to light up a particular path, obviate certain dangers, and aid a peculiar mode of life. The understanding of the place of theory in life is a comparatively new one. We are just beginning to see how creeds are made. And the insight is enormously fertile. Thus Mr. Alfred Zimmern, in his fine study of "The Greek Commonwealth," says of Plato and Aristotle that no interpretation can be satisfactory which does not take into account the impression left upon their minds by the social development which made the age of these philosophers a period of Athenian decline. Mr. Zimmern's approach is common enough in modern scholarship, but the full significance of it for the creeds we ourselves are making is still something of a novelty. When we are asked to think of the Republic as the reaction of a decadent Greece upon the conservative temperament of Plato, the function of theory is given a new illumination. Political philosophy at once appears as a human invention in a particular crisis, an instrument to fit a need. The pretension to finality falls away. This is a great emancipation. Instead of clinging to the naive belief that Plato was legislating for all mankind, you can discuss his plans as a temporary superstructure made for an historical purpose. You are free then to appreciate the more enduring portions of his work, to understand Santayana when he says of the Platonists, "Their theories are so extravagant, yet their wisdom seems so great. Platonism is a very refined and beautiful expression of our natural instincts. It embodies conscience and utters our inmost hopes." This insight into the values of human life, partial though it be, is what constitutes the abiding monument of Plato's genius. His constructions, his formal creeds, his law-making and social arrangements are local and temporary. For us they can have only an antiquarian interest. In some such way as this the sophomoric riddle is answered. No thinker can lay down a course of action for all mankind. Programs, if they are useful at all, are useful for some particular historical period. But if the thinker sees at all deeply into the life of his own time, his theoretical system will rest upon observation of human nature. That remains as a residue of wisdom long after his reasoning and his concrete program have passed into limbo. For human nature in all its profounder aspects changes very little in the few generations since our Western wisdom has come to be recorded. These aperçus left over from the great speculations are the golden threads which successive thinkers weave into the pattern of their thought. Wisdom remains. Theory passes. If that is true of Plato with his ample vision, how much truer is it of the theories of the littler men, politicians, courtiers, and propagandists who make up the Academy of Politics? Machiavelli will, of course, be remembered at once as a man whose speculations were fitted to an historical crisis. His advice to the prince was real advice, not a sermon. A boss was telling a governor how to extend his power. The wealth of Machiavelli's learning and the splendid penetration of his mind are used to interpret experience for a particular purpose. I have always thought that Machiavelli derives his bad name from a too transparent honesty. Less direct minds would have found high-sounding ethical sanctions in which to conceal the real intent. That was the nauseating method of 19th-century economists when they tried to identify the brutal practices of capitalism with the beneficence of nature and the will of God. Not so Machiavelli. He could write without a blush that, "A prince, especially a new one, cannot observe all those things for which men are esteemed, being often forced, in order to maintain the state, to act contrary to fidelity, friendship, humanity, and religion." The apologists of business also justified a rupture with human decencies. They, too, fitted their theory to particular purposes, but they had not the courage to avow it, even to themselves. The rare value of Machiavelli is just this lack of self-deception. You may think his morals devilish, but you cannot accuse him of quoting Scripture. I certainly do not admire the end he serves. The extension of an autocrat's power is a frivolous perversion of government. His ideal happens, however, to be the aim of most foreign offices, politicians, and "princes of finance." Machiavelli's morals are not one bit worse than the practices of the men who rule the world today. An American Senate tore up the Hay-Pauncefote Treaty, and with the approval of the President acted "contrary to fidelity" and friendship too. Austria violated the Treaty of Berlin by annexing Bosnia and Herzegovina. Machiavelli's ethics are commonplace enough. His head is clearer than the average. He let the cat out of the bag, and showed in the boldest terms how theory becomes an instrument of practice. You may take him as a symbol of the political theorist. You may say that all the thinkers of influence have been writing advice to the prince. Machiavelli recognized Lorenzo the Magnificent. Marx, the proletariat of Europe. At first, this sounds like standing the world on its head, denying reason and morality, and exalting practice over righteousness. That is neither here nor there. I am simply trying to point out an illuminating fact whose essential truth can hardly be disputed. The important social philosophies are, consciously or otherwise, the servants of men's purposes. Good or bad, that, it seems to me, is the way we work. We find reasons for what we want to do. The big men, from Machiavelli through Rousseau to Karl Marx, brought history, logic, science, and philosophy to prop up and strengthen their deepest desires. The followers, the epigones, may accept the reasons of Rousseau and Marx and deduce rules of action from them. But the original genius sees the dynamic purpose first, finds reasons afterward. This amounts to saying that man, when he is most creative, is not a rational, but a willful animal. The political thinker who today exercises the greatest influence on the Western world is, I suppose, Karl Marx. The socialist movement calls him its prophet, and while many socialists say he is superseded, no one disputes his historical importance. Now Marx embalmed his thinking in the language of the Hegelian school. He founded it on a general philosophy of society which is known as the materialistic conception of history. Moreover, Marx put forth the claim that he had made socialism "scientific," had shown that it was woven into the texture of natural phenomena. The Marxian paraphernalia crowds 3 heavy volumes, so elaborate and difficult that socialists rarely read them. I have known one socialist who lived leisurely on his country estate and claimed to have "looked" at every page of Marx. Most socialists, including the leaders, study selected passages and let it go at that. This is a wise economy based on a good instinct, for all the parade of learning and dialectic is an afterthought, an accident from the fact that the prophetic genius of Marx appeared in Germany under the incubus of Hegel. Marx saw what he wanted to do long before he wrote 3 volumes to justify it. Did not the Communist Manifesto appear many years before Das Kapital? Nothing is more instructive than a socialist experience meeting at which everyone tries to tell how he came to be converted. These gatherings are notoriously untruthful. In fact, there is a genial pleasure in not telling the truth about one's salad days in the socialist movement. The prevalent lie is to explain how the new convert, standing upon a mountain of facts, began to trace out the highways that led from hell to heaven. Everybody knows that no such process was actually lived through, and almost without exception the real story can be discerned. A man was dissatisfied. He wanted a new condition of life. He embraced a theory that would justify his hopes and his discontent. For once you touch the biographies of human beings, the notion that political beliefs are logically determined collapses like a pricked balloon. In the language of philosophers, socialism as a living force is a product of the will, a will to beauty, order, neighborliness, not infrequently a will to health. Men desire first, then they reason. Fascinated by the future, they invent a "scientific socialism" to get there. Many people don't like to admit this, or if they admit it, they do so with a sigh. Their minds construct a utopia, one in which all judgments are based on logical inference from syllogisms built on the law of mathematical probabilities. If you quote David Hume at them, and say that reason itself is an irrational impulse, they think you are indulging in a silly paradox. I shall not pursue this point very far, but I believe it could be shown without too much difficulty that the rationalists are fascinated by a certain kind of thinking, logical and orderly thinking, and that it is their will to impose that method upon other men. For fear that somebody may regard this as a play on words drawn from some ultra-modern anti-intellectualist source, let me quote Santayana. This is what the author of that masterly series, The Life of Reason, wrote in one of his earlier books, "The ideal of rationality is itself as arbitrary, as much dependent on the needs of a finite organization, as any other ideal. Only as ultimately securing tranquility of mind, which the philosopher instinctively pursues, has it for him any necessity. In spite of the verbal propriety of saying that reason demands rationality, what really demands rationality, what makes it a good and indispensable thing and gives it all its authority, is not its own nature, but our need of it both in safe and economical action and in the pleasures of comprehension." Because rationality itself is a willful exercise, one hears hymns to reason, and sees it personified as an extremely dignified goddess. For all the light and shadow of sentiment and passion play even about the syllogism. The attempts of theorists to explain man's successes as rational acts and his failures as lapses of reason have always ended in a dismal and misty unreality. No genuine politician ever treats his constituents as reasoning animals. This is as true of the high politics of Isaiah as it is of the ward boss. Only the pathetic amateur deludes himself into thinking that if he presents the major and minor premise, the voter will automatically draw the conclusion on election day. The successful politician, good or bad, deals with the dynamics, with the will, the hopes, the needs and the visions of men. It isn't sentimentality which says that where there is no vision the people perisheth. Every time Tammany Hall sets off fireworks and oratory on the 4th of July, every time the picture of Lincoln is displayed at a political convention, every red bandana of the progressives and red flag of the socialists, every song from the Battle Hymn of the Republic to the International, every metrical conclusion to a great speech, whether we stand at Armageddon, refuse to press upon the brow of labor another crown of thorns, or call upon the workers of the world to unite, every one of these slogans is an incitement of the will, an effort to energize politics. They are attempts to harness blind impulses to particular purposes. They are tributes to the sound practical sense of a vision in politics. No cause can succeed without them. So long as you rely on the efficacy of scientific demonstration and logical proof, you can hold your conventions in anybody's back parlor and have room to spare. I remember an observation that Lincoln Steffens made in a speech about Mayor Tom Johnson. "Tom failed," said Mr. Steffens, "because he was too practical." Coming from a man who had seen as much of actual politics as Mr. Steffens, it puzzled me a great deal. I taxed him with it later, and he explained somewhat as follows: Tom Johnson had a vision of Cleveland which he called the city on the hill. He pictured the town emancipated from its ugliness and its cruelty, a beautiful city for free men and women. He used to talk of that vision to the cabinet of political lieutenants which met every Sunday night at his house. He had all his appointees working for the city on the hill. But when he went out campaigning before the people, he talked only of 3-cent fares and the tax outrages. Tom Johnson didn't show the people the city on the hill. He didn't take them into his confidence. They never really saw what it was all about, and they went back on Tom Johnson." That is one of Mr. Steffens' most acute observations. What makes it doubly interesting is that Tom Johnson confirmed it a few months before he died. His friends were telling him that his defeat was temporary, that the work he had begun was unchecked. It was plain that in the midst of his suffering, with death close by, he found great comfort in that assurance. But his mind was so realistic, his integrity so great, that he could not blink the fact that there had been a defeat. Steffens was pointing out the explanation. "You did not show the people what you saw. You gave them the details. You fought their battles. You started to build, but you left them in darkness as to the final goal." I wish I could recall the exact words in which Tom Johnson replied, for in them the greatest of the piecemeal reformers admitted the practical weakness of opportunist politics. There is a type of radical who has an idea that he can insinuate advanced ideas into legislation without being caught. His plan of action is to keep his real program well concealed, and to dole out sections of it to the public from time to time. John A. Hobson, in The Crisis of Liberalism, describes the practical reformer so that anybody can recognize him. "This revolt against ideas is carried so far that able men have come seriously to look upon progress as a matter for the manipulation of wire pullers, something to be jobbed in committee by sophistical notions or other clever trickery." Lincoln Steffens calls these people "our damned rascals." Mr. Hobson continues, "The attraction of some obvious gain, the suppression of some scandalous abuse of monopolist power by a private company, some needed enlargement of existing municipal or state enterprise by lateral expansion, such are the sole springs of action." Well may Mr. Hobson inquire, "Now what provision is made for generating the motor power of progress in collectivism?" No amount of architect's plans, bricks and mortar, will build a house. Someone must have the wish to build it. So with the modern democratic state. Statesmanship cannot rest upon the good sense of its program. It must find popular feeling, organize it, and make that the motive power of government. If you study the success of Roosevelt, the point is reinforced. He is a man of will in whom millions of people have felt the embodiment of their own will. For a time Roosevelt was a man of destiny in the truest sense. He wanted what a nation wanted. His own power radiated power. He embodied a vision. Tom, Dick, and Harry moved with his movement. No use to deplore the fact. You cannot stop a living body with nothing at all. I think we may picture society as a compound of forces that are always changing. Put a vision in front of one of those currents, and you can magnetize it in that direction. For visions alone organize popular passions. Try to ignore them or box them up, and they will burst forth destructively. When Haywood dramatizes the class struggle, he uses class resentment for a social purpose. You may not like his purpose, but unless you can gather proletarian power into some better vision, you have no grounds for resenting Haywood. I fancy that the demonstration of King Canute settled once and for all the stupid attempt to ignore a moving force. A dynamic conception of society always frightens a great number of people. It gives politics a restless and intractable quality. Pure reason is so gentlemanly, but will and the visions of a people, these are adventurous and incalculable forces. Most politicians living for the day prefer to ignore them. If only society will stand fairly still while their career is in the making, they are content to avoid the actualities. But a politician with some imaginative interest in genuine affairs need not be seduced into the learned folly of pretending that reality is something else than it is. If he is to influence life, he must deal with it. A deep respect is due the Schopenhauerian philosopher who looks upon the world, finds that its essence is evil, and turns towards insensitive calm. But no respect is due to anyone who sets out to reform the world by ignoring its quality. Whoever is bent upon shaping politics to better human uses must accept freely as his starting point the impulses that agitate human beings. If observation shows that reason is an instrument of will, then only confusion can result from pretending that it isn't. End of section 8. Section 9 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Continuation of Chapter 7. I have called this misplaced rationality a piece of learned folly, because it shows itself most dangerously among those thinkers about politics who are divorced from action. In the universities, political movements are generally regarded as essentially static, cut and dried solids to be judged by their logical consistency. It is as if the stream of life had to be frozen before it could be studied. The socialist movement was given a certain amount of attention when I was an undergraduate. The discussion turned principally upon 2 points. Were rent, interest, and dividends earned? Was collective ownership of capital a feasible scheme? And when the professor, who was a good dialectician, had proved that interest was a payment for service, saving, and that public ownership was not practicable, it was assumed that socialism was disposed of. The passions, the needs, the hopes that generate this worldwide phenomenon were, I believe, pocketed and ignored under the pat saying, "Of course, socialism is not an economic policy, it's a religion." That was the end of the matter for the students of politics. It was then a matter for the divinity schools. If the same scholastic method is in force there, all that would be needed to crush socialism is to show its dogmatic inconsistencies. The theorist is incompetent when he deals with socialism just because he assumes that men are determined by logic and that a false conclusion will stop a moving creative force. Occasionally he recognizes the willful character of politics, then he shakes his head, climbs into an ivory tower, and deplores the moonshine, the religious manias, and the passions of the mob. Real life is beyond his control and influence because real life is largely agitated by impulses and habits, unconscious needs, faith, hope, and desire. With all his learning he is ineffective because, instead of trying to use the energies of men, he deplores them. Suppose we recognize that creeds are instruments of the will. How would it alter the character of our thinking? Take an ancient quarrel like that over determinism. Whatever your philosophy, when you come to the test of actual facts you find, I think, all grades of freedom and determinism. For certain purposes you believe in free will, for others you do not. Thus, as Mr. Chesterton suggests, no determinist is prevented from saying, "if you please," to the housemaid. In love, in your career, you have no doubt that "if" is a reality. But when you are engaged in scientific investigation, you try to reduce the spontaneous in life to a minimum. Mr. Arnold Bennett puts forth a rather curious hybrid when he advises us to treat ourselves as free agents and everyone else as an automaton. On the other hand, Professor Münsterberg has always insisted that in social relations we must always treat everyone as a purposeful, integrated character. Your doctrine, in short, depends on your purpose. A theory by itself is neither moral nor immoral. Its value is conditioned by the purpose it serves. In any accurate sense, theory is to be judged only as an effective or ineffective instrument of a desire. The discussion of doctrines is technical and not moral. A theory has no intrinsic value. That is why the devil can talk theology. No creed possesses any final sanction. Human beings have desires that are far more important than the tools and toys and churches they make to satisfy them. It is more penetrating, in my opinion, to ask of a creed whether it served, than whether it was true. Try to judge the great beliefs that have swayed mankind by their inner logic or their empirical solidity, and you stand forever a dull pedant, apart from the interests of men. The Christian tradition did not survive because of Aquinas, or fall before the higher criticism, nor will it be revived because someone proves the scientific plausibility of its doctrine. What we need to know about the Christian epoch is the effect it had on men. True or false, they have believed in it for 19 centuries. Where has it helped them? Where hindered? What needs did it answer? What energies did it transmute? And what part of mankind did it neglect? Where did it begin to do violence to human nature? Political creeds must receive the same treatment. The doctrine of the social contract, formulated by Hobbes and made current by Rousseau, can no longer be accepted as a true account of the origin of society. Jean-Jacques is in fact a supreme case, perhaps even a slight caricature, of the way in which formal creeds bolster up passionate wants. I quote from Professor Walter's introduction, in which he says that, quote, "the social contract showed to those who were eager to be convinced that no power was legitimate which was guilty of abuses. It is no wonder that its author was buried in the Pantheon with pompous procession, that the framers of the new Constitution, Thouret and Lié and Lafayette, did not forget and dared not forget its doctrines, that it was the textbook and the delight of Camille Desmoulins and Danton and Saint Just, that Robespierre read it through once every day." Unquote. In the perspective of history, no one feels that he has said the last word about a philosophy like Rousseau's, after demonstrating its untruth. Good or bad, it has meant too much for any such easy disposal. What shall we call an idea objectively untrue, but practically of the highest importance? The thinker who has faced this difficulty most radically is Georges Sorel in the Réflexions sur la violence. His doctrine of the social myth has seemed to many commentators one of those silly paradoxes that only a revolutionary syndicalist and Frenchman could have put forward. M. Sorel is engaged in presenting the general strike as the decisive battle of the class struggle and the core of the socialist movement. Now, whatever else he may be, M. Sorel is not naive. The sharp criticism of other socialists was something he could not peacefully ignore. They told him that the general strike was an idle dream, that it could never take place, that even if it could, the results would not be very significant. Sidney Webb, in the customary Fabian fashion, had dismissed the general strike as a sign of socialist immaturity. There is no doubt that M. Sorel felt the force of these attacks, but he was not ready to abandon his favorite idea because it had been shown to be unreasonable and impossible. Just the opposite effect showed itself, and he seized the opportunity of turning an intellectual defeat into a spiritual triumph. This performance must have delighted him to the very bottom of his soul, for he has boasted that his task in life is to aid in ruining le prestige de la culture bourgeoise. M. Sorel's defense of the general strike is very startling. He admits that it may never take place, that it is not a true picture of the goal of the socialist movement. Without a blush he informs us that this central gospel of the working class is simply a myth. The admission frightens M. Sorel not at all. "It doesn't matter much," he remarks, "whether myths contain details actually destined to realization in the scheme of an historical future. They are not astrological almanacs. It may even be that nothing of what they express will actually happen, as in the case of that catastrophe which the early Christians expected. Are we not accustomed in daily life to recognizing that the reality differs very greatly from the ideas of it that we made before we acted? Yet that doesn't hinder us from making resolutions. Myths must be judged as instruments for acting upon present conditions. All discussion about the manner of applying them concretely to the course of history is senseless. The entire myth is what counts. There is no use then in reasoning about details which might arise in the midst of the class struggle. Even though the revolutionists should be deceiving themselves through and through in making a fantastic picture of the general strike, this picture would still have been a power of the highest order in preparing for revolution, so long as it expressed completely all the aspirations of socialism and bound together revolutionary ideas with a precision and firmness that no other methods of thought could have given." Unquote. It may well be imagined that this highly sophisticated doctrine was regarded as perverse. All the ordinary prejudices of thought are irritated by a thinker who frankly advises masses of his fellow men to hold fast to a belief which by all the canons of common sense is nothing but an illusion. M. Sorel must have felt the need of closer statement, for in a letter to Daniel Halevi, published in the second edition, he makes his position much clearer. "Revolutionary myths," we read, "enable us to understand the activity, the feelings, and the ideas of a populace preparing to enter into a decisive struggle. They are not descriptions of things, but expressions of will." Unquote. The italics are mine. They set in relief the insight that makes M. Sorel so important to our discussion. I do not know whether a quotation torn from its context can possibly do justice to its author. I do know that for any real grasp of this point it is necessary to read M. Sorel with great sympathy. One must grant at least that he has made an accurate observation. The history of the world is full of great myths which have had the most concrete results. M. Sorel cites primitive Christianity, the Reformation, the French Revolution, and the Mazzini campaign. The men who took part in those great social movements summed up their aspiration in pictures of decisive battles resulting in the ultimate triumph of their cause. We in America might add an example from our own political life. For it is Theodore Roosevelt who is actually attempting to make himself and his admirers the heroes of a new social myth. Did he not announce from the platform at Chicago, "We stand at Armageddon, and we battle for the Lord"? Let no one dismiss M. Sorel, then, as an empty paradoxer. The myth is not one of the outgrown crudities of our pagan ancestors. We, in the midst of our science and our rationalism, are still making myths, and their force is felt in the actual affairs of life. They convey an impulse, not a program, nor a plan of reconstruction. Their practical value cannot be ignored, for they embody the motor currents in social life. Myths are to be judged, as M. Sorel says, by their ability to express aspiration. They stand or fall by that. In such a test, the Christian myth, for example, would be valued for its power of incarnating human desire. That it did not do so completely is the cause of its decline. From Aucassin to Nietzsche, men have resented it as a partial and stunting dream. It had too little room for profane love, and only by turning the Church of Christ into the Church militant could the essential Christian passivity obtain the assent of aggressive and masculine races. Today, traditional Christianity has weakened in the face of man's interest in the conquest of this world. The liberal and advanced churches recognize this fact by exhibiting a great preoccupation with everyday affairs. Now they may be doing important service. I have no wish to deny that. But when the Christian churches turn to civics, to reformism or socialism, they are in fact announcing that the Christian dream is dead. They may continue to practice some of its moral teachings and to hold some of its creed, but the Christian impulse is for them no longer active. A new dream, which they reverently call Christian, has sprung from their desires. During their life, these social myths contain a nation's finest energy. It is just because they are not descriptions of things but expressions of will that their influence is so great. Ignore what a man desires, and you ignore the very source of his power. Run against the grain of a nation's genius, and see where you get with your laws. Robert Burns was right when he preferred poetry to charters. The recognition of this truth by Sorel is one of the most impressive events in the revolutionary movement. Standing as a spokesman of an actual social revolt, he has not lost his vision because he understands its function. If Machiavelli is a symbol of the political theorist making reason an instrument of purpose, we may take Sorel as a self-conscious representative of the impulses which generate purpose. It must not be supposed that respect for the myth is a discovery of Sorel's. He is but one of a number of contemporary thinkers who have reacted against a very stupid prejudice of 19th century science, to the effect that the mental habits of human beings were not "facts." Unless ideas mirrored external nature, they were regarded as beneath the notice of the scientific mind. But in more recent years we have come to realize that in a world so full of ignorance and mistake, error itself is worthy of study. Our untrue ideas are significant because they influence our lives enormously. They are facts to be investigated. One might point to the great illumination that has resulted from Freud's analysis of the abracadabra of our dreams. No one can any longer dismiss the fantasy because it is logically inconsistent, superficially absurd, or objectively untrue. William James might also be cited for his defense of those beliefs that are beyond the realm of proof. His essay, "The Will to Believe," is a declaration of independence, which says in effect that scientific demonstration is not the only test of ideas. He stated the case for those beliefs which influence life so deeply, though they fail to describe it. James himself was very disconcerting to many scientists because he insisted on expressing his aspirations about the universe in what his colleague Santayana calls a romantic cosmology. Quote, "I am far from wishing to suggest that such a view seems to me more probable than conventional idealism or the Christian orthodoxy. All three are in the region of dramatic system-making and myth, to which probabilities are irrelevant." Unquote. It is impossible to leave this point without quoting Nietzsche, who had this insight and stated it most provocatively. In Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche says flatly that, quote, "the falseness of an opinion is not for us any objection to it. It is here, perhaps, that our new language sounds most strangely. The question is how far an opinion is life-furthering, life-preserving, species-preserving, perhaps species-rearing." Unquote. Then he comments on the philosophers, quote, "They all pose as though their real opinions had been discovered and attained through the self-evolving of a cold, pure, divinely indifferent dialectic, whereas in fact a prejudiced proposition, idea, or suggestion, which is generally their heart's desire abstracted and refined, is defended by them with arguments sought out after the event. They are all advocates who do not wish to be regarded as such, generally astute defenders also of their prejudices, which they dub truths, and very far from having the conscience which bravely admits this to itself, very far from having the good taste or the courage which goes so far as to let this be understood, perhaps to warn friend or foe, or in cheerful confidence and self-ridicule. It has gradually become clear to me what every great philosophy up till now has consisted of, namely, the confession of its originator and a species of involuntary and unconscious autobiography, and moreover that the moral, or immoral, purpose in every philosophy has constituted the true vital germ out of which the entire plant has always grown. Whoever considers the fundamental impulses of man with a view to determining how far they may have acted as inspiring genii, or as demons and kobolds, will find that they have all practiced philosophy at one time or another, and that each one of them would have been only too glad to look upon itself as the ultimate end of existence and the legitimate lord over all the other impulses. For every impulse is imperious, and as such attempts to philosophize." Unquote. What Nietzsche has done here is, in his swashbuckling fashion, to cut under the abstract and final pretensions of creeds. Difficulties arise when we try to apply this wisdom in the present. That dogmas were instruments of human purposes is not so incredible. That they still are instruments is not so clear to everyone. And that they will be, that they should be, this seems a monstrous attack on the citadel of truth. It is possible to believe that other men's theories were temporary and merely useful. We like to believe that ours will have a greater authority. It seems like topsy-turvy land to make reason serve the irrational. Yet that is just what it has always done, and ought always to do. Many of us are ready to grant that in the past men's motives were deeper than their intellects. We forgive them with a kind of self-righteousness which says that they knew not what they did. But to follow the great tradition of human wisdom deliberately, with our eyes open in the manner of Sorel, that seems a crazy procedure. A notion of intellectual honor fights against it. We think we must aim at final truth, and not allow autobiography to creep into speculation. Now the trouble with such an idol is that autobiography creeps in anyway. The more we censor it, the more likely it is to appear disguised, to fool us subtly and perhaps dangerously. The men like Nietzsche and James who show the willful origin of creeds are, in reality, the best watchers of the citadel of truth. For there is nothing disastrous in the temporary nature of our ideas. They are always that. But there may very easily be a train of evil in the self-deception which regards them as final. I think God will forgive us our skepticism sooner than our inquisitions. From the political point of view, another observation is necessary. The creed of a Rousseau, for example, is active in politics, not for what it says, but for what people think it says. I have urged that Marx found scientific reasons for what he wanted to do. It is important to add that the people who adopted his reasons for what they wanted to do were not any too respectful of Marx's reasons. Thus the so-called materialistic philosophy of Karl Marx is not by any means identical with the theories one hears among Marxian socialists. There is a big distortion in the transmitting of ideas. A common purpose, far more than common ideas, binds Marx to his followers. And when a man comes to write about his philosophy, he is confronted with a choice. Shall the creed described be that of Marx or of the Marxians? For the study of politics, I should say unhesitatingly that it is more important to know what socialist leaders, stump speakers, pamphleteers think Marx meant than to know what he said. For then you are dealing with living ideas. To search his text has its uses, but compared with the actual tradition of Marx, it is the work of pedantry. I say this here for two reasons: because I hope to avoid the critical attack of the genuine Marxian specialist, and because the observation is, I believe, relevant to our subject. Relevant it is in that it suggests the importance of style, of propaganda, the popularization of ideas. The host of men who stand between a great thinker and the average man are not automatic transmitters. They work on the ideas. Perhaps that is why a genius usually hates his disciples. It is interesting to notice the explanation given by Frau Forster-Nietzsche for her brother's quarrel with Wagner. She dates it from the time when Nietzsche, under the guise of Wagnerian propaganda, began to expound himself. The critics and interpreters are themselves creative. It is really unfair to speak of the Marxian philosophy as a political force. It is juster to speak of the Marxian tradition. So when I write of Marx's influence, I have in mind what men and women in socialist meetings, in daily life here in America, hold as a faith and a tribute to Marx. There is no pretension whatever to any critical study of Das Kapital itself. I am thinking rather of stuffy halls in which an earnest voice is expounding "the evolution of capitalism," of little groups, curious and bewildered, listening in the streets of New York to the story of the battle between the master class and the working class, of little red pamphlets, of newspapers and cartoons, awkward, badly printed, and not very genial, a great stream of spellbinding and controversy through which the aspirations of millions are becoming articulate. The tradition is saying that the system and not the individual is at fault. It describes that system as one in which a small class owns the means of production and holds the rest of mankind in bondage. Arts, religions, laws, as well as vice and crime and degradation, have their source in this central economic condition. If you want to understand our life, you must see that it is determined by the massing of capital in the hands of a few. All epochs are determined by economic arrangements, but a system of property always contains within itself "the seeds of its own destruction." Mechanical inventions suggest a change. A dispossessed class compels it. So mankind has progressed through savagery, chattel slavery, serfdom, to wage slavery, or the capitalism of today. This age is pregnant with the socialism of tomorrow. So roughly the tradition is handed on. Two sets of ideas seem to dominate it. We are creatures of economic conditions. A war of classes is being fought everywhere in which the proletariat will ultimately capture the industrial machinery and produce a sound economic life as the basis of peace and happiness for all. The emphasis on environment is insistent. Facts are marshaled, the news of the day is interpreted to show that men are determined by economic conditions. This fixation has brought down upon the socialists a torrent of abuse in which atheism and materialism are prevailing epithets. But the propaganda continues and the philosophy spreads, penetrating reform groups, social workers, historians, and sociologists. It has served the socialist purpose well. To the working men it has brought home the importance of capturing the control of industry. Economic determinism has been an antidote to mere preaching of goodness, to hero worship and political quackery. Socialism, to succeed, had to concentrate attention on the ownership of capital. Whenever any other interest like religion or patriotism threatened to diffuse that attention, socialist leaders have always been ready to show that the economic fact is more central. Dignity and prestige were supplied by making economics the key of history. Passion was chained by building paradise upon it. In all the political philosophies there is none so adapted to its end. Every sanction that mankind respects has been grouped about this one purpose, the control of capital. It is as if all history converged upon the issue, and the workers in the cause feel that they carry within them the destiny of the race. Start anywhere with an orthodox socialist, and he will lead you to this supreme economic situation. Tyrannies and race hatred, national rivalries, sex problems, the difficulties of artistic endeavor, all failures, crimes, vices, there is not one which he will not relate to private capitalism. Nor is there anything disingenuous about this focusing of the attention. A real belief is there. Of course you will find plenty of socialists who see other issues and who smile a bit at the rigors of economic determinism. In these later days there is, in fact, a decided loosening in the creed. But it is fair to say that the mass of socialists hold this philosophy with as much solemnity as a reformer held his when he wrote to me that the cure for obscenity was the taxation of land values and absolute free trade. Single-mindedness has done good service. It has bound the world together and has helped men to think socially. Turning their attention away from the romanticism of history, the materialistic philosophy has helped them to look at realities. It has engendered a fine concern about average people, about the voiceless multitudes who have been left to pass unnoticed. Not least among the blessings is a shattering of the good and bad man theory, the assassination of tyrants or the adoration of saviors. A shallow and specious otherworldliness has been driven out, an otherworldliness which is really nothing but laziness about this one. And if from a speculative angle the Marxian tradition has shaded too heavily the economic facts, it was at least a plausible and practical exaggeration. But the drawbacks are becoming more and more evident as socialism approaches nearer to power and responsibility. The feeling that man is a creature and not a creator is disastrous as a personal creed when you come to act. If you insist upon being determined by conditions, you do hesitate about saying, "I shall." You are likely to wait for something to determine you. Personal initiative and individual genius are poorly regarded. Many socialists are suspicious of originality. This philosophy, so useful in propaganda, is becoming a burden in action. That is another way of saying that the instrument has turned into an idol. For while it is illuminating to see how environment molds men, it is absolutely essential that men regard themselves as molders of their environment. A new philosophical basis is becoming increasingly necessary to socialism, one that may not be truer than the old materialism, but that shall simply be more useful. Having learned for a long time what is done to us, we are now faced with the task of doing. With this changed purpose goes a change of instruments. All over the world socialists are breaking away from the stultifying influence of the outworn determinism. For the time is at hand when they must cease to look upon socialism as inevitable in order to make it so. Nor will the philosophy of class warfare serve this new need. That can be effective only so long as the working class is without sovereignty. But no sooner has it achieved power than a new outlook is needed in order to know what to do with it. The tactics of the battlefield are of no use when the battle is won. I picture this philosophy as one of deliberate choices. The underlying tone of it is that society is made by man for man's uses, that reforms are inventions to be applied when by experiment they show their civilizing value. Emphasis is placed upon the devising, adapting, constructing faculties. There is no reason to believe that this view is any colder than that of the war of class against class. It will generate no less energy. Men today can feel almost as much zest in the building of the Panama Canal as they did in a military victory. Their domineering impulses find satisfaction in conquering things, in subjecting brute forces to human purposes. This sense of mastery in a winning battle against the conditions of our life is, I believe, the social myth that will inspire our reconstructions. We shall feel free to choose among alternatives, to take this much of socialism, insert so much syndicalism, leave standing what of capitalism seems worth conserving. We shall be making our own house for our own needs, cities to suit ourselves, and we shall believe ourselves capable of moving mountains, as engineers do, when mountains stand in their way. And history, science, philosophy will support our hopes. What will fascinate us in the past will be the records of inventions, of great choices, of those alternatives on which destiny seems to hang. The splendid epochs will be interpreted as monuments of man's creation, not of his propulsion. We shall be interested primarily in the way nations established their civilization in spite of hostile conditions. Admiration will go out to the men who did not submit, who bent things to human use. We may see the entire tragedy of life in being driven. Half-truths and illusions, if you like, but tonic. This view will suit our mood, for we shall be making, and the makers of history will become more real to us. Instead of urging that issues are inevitable, instead of being swamped by problems that are unavoidable, we may stand up and affirm the issues we propose to handle. Perhaps we shall say with Nietzsche, "Let the value of everything be determined afresh by you." End of section 9. Section 10 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Red Herring. At the beginning of every campaign, the newspapers tell about secret conferences in which the candidate and his managers decide upon the line of attack. The approach to issues, the way in which they shall be stressed, what shall be put forward in what part of the country and what in another, are discussed at these meetings. Here is where the real program of a party is worked out. The document produced at the convention is at its best nothing but a suggestive formality. It is not until the speakers and the publicity agents have actually begun to animate it that the country sees what the party is about. It is as if the convention adopted the Decalogue, while these secret conferences decided which of the commandments was to be made the issue. Almost always, of course, the decision is entirely a practical one, which means that each section of people is exhorted to practice the commandment it likes the most. Thus for the burglars is selected not the 8th tablet, but the one on which is recommended a day of rest from labor. To the happily married is preached the 7th commandment. These conferences are decisive. On them depends the educational value of a campaign, and the men who participate in them, being in a position to state the issues and point them, determine the political interests of the people for a considerable period of time. Today in America, for example, no candidate can escape entirely that underlying irritation which socialists call poverty and some call the high cost of living. But the conspicuous candidates do decide what direction thought shall take about this condition. They can center it upon the tariff or the trusts or even the currency. Thus Mr. Roosevelt has always had a remarkable power of diverting the country from the tariff to the control of the trusts. His Democratic opponents, especially Woodrow Wilson, are, as I write, in the midst of the presidential campaign of 1912, trying to focus attention on the tariff. In a way the battle resembles a tug of war, in which each of the two leading candidates is trying to pull the nation over to his favorite issue. On the side you can see the prohibitionists endeavoring to make the country see drink as a central problem, the emerging socialists insisting that not the tariff, or liquor, or the control of trusts, but the ownership of capital should be the heart of the discussion. Electoral campaigns do not resemble debates so much as they do competing amusement shows, where with bright lights, gaudy posters, and persuasive insistent voices, each booth is trying to collect a crowd. The victory in a campaign is far more likely to go to the most plausible diagnosis than to the most convincing method of cure. Once a party can induce the country to see its issue as supreme, the greater part of its task is done. The clever choice of issues influences all politics, from the petty maneuvers of a ward leader to the most brilliant creative statesmanship. I remember an instance that happened at the beginning of the first socialist administration in Schenectady. The officials had, out of the goodness of their hearts, suspended a city ordinance which forbade coasting with bobsleds on the hills of the city. A few days later one of the sleds ran into a wagon and a little girl was killed. The opposition papers put the accident into scareheads with the result that public opinion became very bitter. It looked like a bad crisis at the very beginning, and the old ring politicians made the most of it. But they had reckoned without the political shrewdness of the socialists. For in the second day of excitement, the mayor made public a plan by which the main business street of the town was to be lighted with high-power lamps, and turned into a brilliant white way of Schenectady. The swiftness with which the papers displaced the gruesome details of the little girl's death by exultation over the business future of the city was a caution. Public attention was shifted, and a political crisis avoided. I tell this story simply as a suggestive fact. The ethical considerations do not concern us here. There is nothing exceptional about the case. Whenever governments enter upon foreign invasions in order to avoid civil wars, the same trick is practiced. In the Southern states, the race issue has been thrust forward persistently to prevent an economic alignment. Thus you hear from Southerners that unless socialism gives up its demand for racial equality, the propaganda cannot go forward. How often in great strikes have riots been started in order to prevent the public from listening to the workers' demands? It is an old story, the red herring dragged across the path in order to destroy the scent. Having seen the evil results, we have come to detest a conscious choice of issues, to feel that it smacks of sinister plotting. The vile practice of yellow newspapers and chauvinistic politicians is almost the only experience of it we have. Religion, patriotism, race, and sex are the favorite red herrings of foul political method. They are the most successful because they explode so easily and flood the mind with those unconscious prejudices which make critical thinking difficult. Yet for all its abuse, the deliberate choice of issues is one of the high selective arts of the statesman. In the debased form we know it, there is little encouragement. But the devil is merely a fallen angel, and when God lost Satan, he lost one of his best lieutenants. It is always a pretty good working rule that whatever is a great power of evil may become a great power for good. Certainly nothing so effective in the art of politics can be left out of the equipment of the statesman. Looked at closely, the deliberate making of issues is very nearly the core of the statesman's task. His greatest wisdom is required to select a policy that will fertilize the public mind. He fails when the issue he sets is sterile. He is incompetent if the issue does not lead to the human center of a problem. Whenever the statesman allows the voter to trifle with taboos and buy products, to wander into blind alleys like 16-1, his leadership is a public calamity. The newspaper or politician which tries to make an issue out of a supposed prosperity, or out of admiration for the mere successes of our ancestors, is doing its best to choke off the creative energies in politics. All the stultification of the stand-pat mind may be described as inability, and perhaps unwillingness, to nourish a fruitful choice of issues. That choice is altogether too limited in America anyway. Political discussion, whether reactionary or radical, is monotonously confined to very few issues. It is as if social life were prevented from irrigating political thought. A subject like the tariff, for example, has absorbed an amount of attention which would justify an historian in calling it the incubus of American politics. Now the exaltation of one issue like that is obviously out of all proportion to its significance. A contributory factor it certainly is, but the country's destiny is not bound up finally with its solution. The everlasting reiterations about the tariff take up altogether too much time. To any government that was clear about values, that saw all problems in their relation to human life, the tariff would be an incident, a mechanical device and little else. High protectionist and free trader alike fall under the indictment. For a tariff wall is neither so high as heaven, nor so broad as the earth. It may be necessary to have dikes on portions of the seashore. They may be superfluous elsewhere. But to concentrate 9/10 of your attention on the subject of dikes is to forget the civilization they are supposed to protect. A wall is a wall. The presence of it will not do the work of civilization. The absence of it does not absolve anyone from the tasks of social life. That a statecraft might deal with the tariff as an aid to its purposes is evident. But anyone who makes the tariff the principal concern of statecraft is, I believe, mistaking the hedge for the house. The tariff controversy is almost as old as the nation. A more recent one is what Senator La Follette calls, "the great issue before the American people today, the control of their own government." It has taken the form of an attack on corruption, on what is vaguely called special privilege, and of a demand for a certain amount of political machinery such as direct primaries, the initiative, referendum, and recall. The agitation has a curious sterility. The people are exhorted to control their own government, but they are given very little advice as to what they are to do with it when they control it. Of course, the leaders who spend so much time demanding these mechanical changes undoubtedly see them as a safeguard against corrupt politicians and what Roosevelt calls "their respectable allies and figureheads, who have ruled and legislated and decided as if in some way the vested rights of privilege had a first mortgage on the whole United States." But look at the way these innovations are presented, and I think the feeling is unavoidable that the control of government is emphasized as an end in itself. Now an observation of this kind is immediately open to dispute. It is not a clear-cut distinction, but a rather subtle matter of stress, an impression rather than a definite conviction. Yet when you look at the career of Judge Lindsey in Denver, the impression is sharpened by contrast. What gave his exposure of corruption a particular vitality was that it rested on a very positive human ideal: the happiness of children in a big city. Lindsey's attack on vice and financial jobbery was perhaps the most convincing piece of muckraking ever done in this country, for the very reason that it sprang from a concern about real human beings, instead of abstractions about democracy or righteousness. From the point of view of the political hack, Judge Lindsey made a most distressing use of the red herring. He brought the happiness of childhood into political discussion, and this opened up a new source of political power. By touching something deeply instinctive in millions of people, Judge Lindsey animated dull proposals with human interest. The pettifogging objections to some social plan had very little chance of survival owing to the dynamic power of the reformers. It was an excellent example of the creative results that come from centering a political problem on human nature. If you move only from legality to legality, you halt and hesitate. Each step is a monstrous task. If the reformer is a pure opportunist and lays out only the next step, that step will be very difficult. But if he aims at some real human end, at the genuine concerns of men, women, and children, if he can make the democracy see and feel that end, the little mechanical devices of suffrage and primaries and tariffs will be dealt with as a craftsman deals with his tools. But to say that we must make tools first, and then begin, is to invert the process of life. Men did not agree to refrain from travel until a railroad was built. To make the manufacture of instruments an ideal is to lose much of their ideal value. A nation bent upon a policy of social invention would make its tools an incident. But just this perception is lacking in many propagandists. That is why their issues are so sterile. That is why the absorption in "next steps" is a diversion from statesmanship. The narrowness of American political issues is a fixation upon instruments. Tradition has centered upon the tariff, the trusts, the currency, and electoral machinery as the items of consideration. It is the failure to go behind them, to see them as the pale servants of a vivid social life, that keeps our politics in bondage to a few problems. It is a common experience repeated in you and me. Once our profession becomes all absorbing, it hardens into pedantry. "A human being," says Wells, "who is a philosopher in the first place, a teacher in the first place, or a statesman in the first place, is thereby and inevitably, though he bring godlike gifts to the pretense, a quack." Reformers particularly resent the enlargement of political issues. I have heard socialists denounce other socialists for occupying themselves with the problems of sex. The claim was that these questions should be put aside, so as not to disturb the immediate program. The socialists knew from experience that sex views cut across economic ones, that a new interest breaks up the alignment. Woodrow Wilson expressed this same fear in his views on the liquor question. After declaring for local option, he went on to say that, "the questions involved are social and moral, and are not susceptible of being made part of a party program. Whenever they have been made the subject matter of party contests, they have cut the lines of party organization and party action athwart, to the utter confusion of political action in every other field. I do not believe party programs of the highest consequence to the political life of the state and of the nation ought to be thrust on one side and hopelessly embarrassed for long periods together by making a political issue of a great question which is essentially non-political, non-partisan, moral, and social in its nature." That statement was issued at the beginning of a campaign in which Woodrow Wilson was the nominee of a party that has always been closely associated with the liquor interests. The bogey of the saloon had presented itself early. It was very clear that an affirmative position by the candidate was sure to alienate either the temperance or the liquor vote. No doubt a sense of this dilemma is partly responsible for Wilson's earnest plea that the question of liquor be left out of the campaign. He saw the confusion and embarrassment he speaks of as an immediate danger. Like his views on immigration and Chinese labor, it was a red herring across his path. It would, if brought into prominence, cut the lines of party action athwart. His theoretical grounds for ignoring the question in politics are very interesting, just because they are vitalized by this practical difficulty which he faced. Like all party men, Woodrow Wilson had thrust upon him here a danger that haunts every political program. The more issues a party meets, the less votes it is likely to poll. And for a very simple reason. You cannot keep the citizenship of a nation like this bound in its allegiance to two large parties unless you make the grounds of allegiance very simple and very obvious. If you are to hold 5 or 6 million voters enlisted under one emblem, the less specific you are and the fewer issues you raise, the more probable it is that you can stop this host from quarreling within the ranks. No doubt this is a partial explanation of the bareness of American politics. The two big parties have had to preserve a superficial homogeneity, and a platitude is more potent than an issue. The minor parties, Populist, Prohibition, Independence League and Socialist, have shown a much greater willingness to face new problems. Their view of national policy has always been more inclusive, perhaps for the very reason that their membership is so much more exclusive. But if anyone wishes a smashing illustration of this paradox, let him consider the rapid progress of Roosevelt's philosophy in the very short time between the Republican convention in June to the Progressive convention in August, 1912. As soon as Roosevelt had thrown off the burden of preserving a false harmony among irreconcilable Republicans, he issued a platform full of definiteness and square dealing with many issues. He was talking to a minority party. But Roosevelt's genius is not that of group leadership. He longs for majorities. He set out to make the campaign a battle between the progressives and the Democrats. The old discredited Republicans fell back into a rather dead conservative minority. No sooner did Roosevelt take the stump than the paradox loomed up before him. His speeches began to turn on platitudes, on the vague idealism and indisputable moralities of the Decalogue and the Sermon on the Mount. The fearlessness of the Chicago Confession was melted down into a featureless alloy. The embarrassment of the liquor question which Woodrow Wilson feared does not arise because teetotaler and drunkard both become intoxicated when they discuss the saloon. It would come just as much from a radical program of land taxation, factory reform, or trust control. Let any one of these issues be injected into his campaign, and the lines of party action would be cut athwart. For Woodrow Wilson was dealing with the inevitable embarrassment of a party system dependent on an inexpressive homogeneity. The grouping of the voters into two large herds costs a large price. It means that issues must be so simplified and selected that the real demands of the nation rise only now and then to the level of political discussion. The more people a party contains, the less it expresses their needs. Woodrow Wilson's diagnosis of the red herring in politics is obviously correct. A new issue does embarrass a whole organization of the voters. His desire to avoid it in the midst of a campaign is understandable. His urgent plea that the liquor question be kept a local issue may be wise. But the general philosophy which says that a party system should not be cut athwart is at least open to serious dispute. Instead of an evil, it looks to me like progress towards greater responsiveness of parties to popular need. It is good to disturb alignments, to break up a superficial unanimity. The masses of people held together under the name democratic are bound in an enervating communion. The real groups dare not speak their convictions for fear the crust will break. It is as if you had thrown a large sheet over a mass of men and made them anonymous. The man who raises new issues has always been distasteful to politicians. He musses up what had been so tidily arranged. I remember once speaking to a local boss about woman suffrage. His objections were very simple. "We've got the organization in fine shape now. We know where every voter in the district stands. But you let all the women vote and we'll be confused as the devil. It'll be an awful job keeping track of them." He felt what many a manufacturer feels when somebody has the impertinence to invent a process which disturbs the routine of business. Hard as it is upon the immediate plans of the politician, it is a national blessing when the lines of party action are cut athwart by new issues. I recognize that the red herring is more often frivolous and personal, a matter of misrepresentation and spite, than an honest attempt to enlarge the scope of politics. However, a fine thing must not be deplored because it is open to vicious caricature. To the party worker the petty and the honest issue are equally disturbing. The breakup of the parties into expressive groups would be a ventilation of our national life. No use to cry peace when there is no peace. The false bonds are best broken. With their collapse would come a release of social energy into political discussion. For every country is a mass of minorities which should find a voice in public affairs. Any device like proportional representation and preferential voting, which facilitates the political expression of group interests, is worth having. The objection that popular government cannot be conducted without the two-party system is, I believe, refuted by the experience of Europe. If I had to choose between a congressional caucus and a coalition ministry, I should not have to hesitate very long. But no one need go abroad for actual experience. In the United States Senate during the Taft administration, there were really three parties: Republicans, Insurgents, and Democrats. Public business went ahead with at least as much effectiveness as under the old Aldrich ring. There are deeper reasons for urging a breakup of herd politics. It is not only desirable that groups should be able to contribute to public discussion, it is absolutely essential if the parliamentary method is not to be superseded by direct and violent action. The two-party system chokes off the cry of a minority, perhaps the best way there is of precipitating an explosion. An Englishman once told me that the utter freedom of speech in Hyde Park was the best safeguard England had against the doctrines that were propounded there. An anarchist who was invited to address Congress would be a mild person compared to the man forbidden to speak in the streets of San Diego. For many a bomb has exploded into rhetoric. The rigidity of the two-party system is, I believe, disastrous. It ignores issues without settling them, dulls and wastes the energies of active groups, and chokes off the protests which should find a civilized expression in public life. A recognition of what an incubus it is should make us hospitable to all those devices which aim at making politics responsive by disturbing the alignments of habit. The initiative and referendum will help. They are a method of voting on definite issues instead of electing an administration in bulk. If cleverly handled, these electoral devices should act as a check on a wholesale attitude toward politics. Men could agree on a candidate and disagree on a measure. Another device is the separation of municipal, state, and national elections. To hold them all at the same time is an inducement to prevent the voter from splitting his allegiance. Proportional representation and preferential voting I have mentioned. The short ballot is a psychological principle which must be taken into account wherever there is voting. It will help the differentiation of political groups by concentrating the attention on essential choices. The recall of public officials is in part a policeman's club, in part a clumsy way of getting around the American prejudice for a fixed term of office. That rigidity which by the mere movement of the calendar throws an official out of office in the midst of his work or compels him to go campaigning is merely the crude method of a democracy without confidence in itself. The recall is a half-hearted and negative way of dealing with this difficulty. It does enable us to rid ourselves of an officer we don't like, instead of having to wait until the earth has revolved to a certain place about the sun. But we still have to vote on a fixed date, whether we have anything to vote upon or not. If a recall election is held when the people petition for it, why not all elections? In ways like these we shall go on inventing methods by which the fictitious party alignments can be dissolved. There is one device suggested now and then, tried, I believe, in a few places, and vaguely championed by some socialists. It is called in German an Interessenvertrag, a political representation by trade interests as well as by geographical districts. Perhaps this is the direction towards which the bicameral legislature will develop. One chamber would then represent a man's sectional interests as a consumer, the other his professional interests as a producer. The railway workers, the miners, the doctors, the teachers, the retail merchants would have direct representation in the Interessenvertrag. You might call it a chamber of special interests. I know how that phrase special interests hurts. In popular usage we apply it only to corrupting businesses. But our feeling against them should not blind us to the fact that every group in the community has its special interests. They will always exist until mankind becomes a homogeneous jelly. The problem is to find some social adjustment for all the special interests of a nation. This is best achieved by open recognition and clear representation. Let no one then confuse the Interessenvertrag with those existing legislatures which are secret chambers of special privilege. The scheme is worth looking at, for it does do away with the present dilemma of the citizen, in which he wonders helplessly whether he ought to vote as a consumer or as a producer. I believe he should have both votes, and the Interessenvertrag is a way. These devices are mentioned here as illustrations and not as conclusions. You can think of them as arrangements by which the red herring is turned from a pest into a benefit. I grant that in the rigid political conditions prevailing today, a new issue is an embarrassment, perhaps a hindrance to the procedure of political life. But instead of narrowing the scope of politics, to avoid it, the only sensible thing to do is to invent methods which will allow needs and problems and group interests avenues into politics. But a suggestion like this is sure to be met with the argument which Woodrow Wilson has in mind when he says that the questions involved are social and moral and are not susceptible of being made parts of a party program. He voices a common belief when he insists that there are moral and social problems, essentially non-political. Innocent as it looks at first sight, this plea by Woodrow Wilson is weighted with the tradition of a century and a half. To my mind it symbolizes a view of the state which we are outgrowing, and throws into relief the view towards which we are struggling. Its implications are well worth tracing, for through them I think we can come to understand better the method of 20th century politics. It is perfectly true that the government is best which governs least. It is equally true that that government is best which provides most. The first truth belongs to the 18th century, the second to the 20th. Neither of them can be neglected in our attitude towards the state. Without the Jeffersonian distrust of the police, we might easily grow into an impertinent and tyrannous collectivism. Without a vivid sense of the possibilities of the state, we abandon the supreme instrument of civilization. The two theories need to be held together, yet clearly distinguished. Government has been an exalted policeman. It was there to guard property and to prevent us from quarreling too violently. That was about all it was good for. Yet society found problems on its hands, problems which Woodrow Wilson calls moral and social in their nature. Vice and crime, disease, and grinding poverty forced themselves on the attention of the community. A typical example is the way the social evil compelled the city of Chicago to begin an investigation. Yet when government was asked to handle the question, it had for wisdom an ancient conception of itself as a policeman. Its only method was to forbid, to prosecute, to jail. In short, to use the taboo. But experience has shown that the taboo will not solve moral and social questions, that 9 times out of 10 it aggravates the disease. Political action becomes a petty, futile, mean little intrusion when its only method is prosecution. No wonder then that conservatively minded men pray that moral and social questions be kept out of politics. No wonder that more daring souls begin to hate the whole idea of government and take to anarchism. So long as the state is conceived merely as an agent of repression, the less it interferes with our lives the better. Much of the horror of socialism comes from a belief that by increasing the functions of government its regulating power over our daily lives will grow into a tyranny. I share this horror when certain socialists begin to propound their schemes. There is a dreadful amount of forcible scrubbing and arranging and pocketing implied in some socialisms. There is a wish to have the state use its position as general employer to become a censor of morals, an arbiter of elegance, like the benevolent employers of the day who take an impertinent interest in the private lives of their workers. Without any doubt, socialism has within it the germs of that great bureaucratic tyranny which Chesterton and Belloc have named the servile state. So it is a wise instinct that makes men jealous of the policeman's power. Far better, we may say, that moral and social problems be left to private solution than that they be subjected to the clumsy method of the taboo. When Woodrow Wilson argues that social problems are not susceptible to treatment in a party program, he must mean only one thing: that they cannot be handled by the state as he conceives it. He is right. His attitude is far better than that of the Vice Commission. It too had only a policeman's view of government, but it proceeded to apply it to problems that are not susceptible to such treatment. Wilson at least knows the limitations of his philosophy. But once you see the state as a provider of civilizing opportunities, his whole objection collapses. As soon as government begins to supply services, it is turning away from the sterile tyranny of the taboo. The provision of schools, streets, plumbing, highways, libraries, parks, universities, medical attention, post offices, a Panama Canal, agricultural information, fire protection, is a use of government totally different from the ideal of Jefferson. To furnish these opportunities is to add to the resources of life, and only a doctrinaire adherence to a misunderstood ideal will raise any objection to them. When an anarchist says that the state must be abolished, he does not mean what he says. What he wants to abolish is the repressive, not the productive state. He cannot possibly object to being furnished with the opportunity of writing to his comrade 3,000 miles away, of drinking pure water, or taking a walk in the park. Of course, when he finds the post office opening his mail, or a law saying that he must drink nothing but water, he begins to object even to the services of the government. But that is a confusion of thought, for these tyrannies are merely intrusions of the 18th century upon the 20th. The postmaster is still something of a policeman. Once you realize that moral and social problems must be treated to fine opportunities, that the method of the future is to compete with the devil rather than to curse him, that the furnishing of civilized environments is the goal of statecraft, then there is no longer any reason for keeping social and moral questions out of politics. They are what politics must deal with essentially, now that it has found a way. The policeman with his taboo did make moral and social questions insusceptible to treatment in party platforms. He kept the issues of politics narrow and irrelevant, and just because these really interesting questions could not be handled, politics was an over-advertised hubbub. But the vision of the new statecraft in centering politics upon human interests becomes a creator of opportunities instead of a censor of morals, and deserves a fresh and heightened regard. The party platform will grow ever more and more into a program of services. In the past it has been an armory of platitudes or a forecast of punishments. It promised that it would stop this evil practice, drive out corruption here, and prosecute this and that offense. All that belongs to a moribund tradition. Abuse and disuse characterize the older view of the state. Guardian and censor it has been, provider but grudgingly. The proclamations of so-called progressives that they will jail financiers or wage relentless warfare upon social evils are simply the reiterations of men who do not understand the uses of the state. A political revolution is in progress. The state as policeman is giving place to the state as a producer. End of section 10. Section 11 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Revolution and Culture. There is a legend of a peasant who lived near Paris through the whole Napoleonic era without ever having heard of the name of Bonaparte. A story of that kind is enough to make a man hesitate before he indulges in a flamboyant description of social changes. That peasant is more than a symbol of the privacy of human interest. He is a warning against the incurable romanticism which clings about the idea of a revolution. Popular history is deceptive if it is used to furnish a picture for coming events. Like drama which compresses the tragedy of a lifetime into a unity of time, place, and action, history foreshortens an epoch into an episode. It gains in poignancy but loses reality. Men grew from infancy to old age, their children's children had married and loved and worked, while the social change we speak of as the Industrial Revolution was being consummated. That is why it is so difficult for living people to believe that they too are in the midst of great transformations. What looks to us like an incredible rush of events sloping towards a great historical crisis was to our ancestors little else than the occasional punctuation of daily life with an exciting incident. Even today, when we have begun to speak of our age as a transition, there are millions of people who live in an undisturbed routine. Even those of us who regard ourselves as active in mothering the process and alert in detecting its growth are by no means constantly aware of any great change, for even the fondest mother cannot watch her child grow. I remember how tremendously surprised I was in visiting Russia several years ago to find that in Moscow or St. Petersburg men were interested in all sorts of things besides the revolution. I had expected every Russian to be absorbed in the struggle. It seemed at first as if my notions of what a revolution ought to be were contradicted everywhere. And I assure you it wrenched the imagination to see tiny nursemaids wheeling perambulators and children playing diavolo on the very square where Bloody Sunday had gone into history. It takes a long perspective and no very vivid acquaintance with revolution to be melodramatic about it. So much is left out of history and biography which would spoil the effect. The anticlimax is almost always omitted. Perhaps that is the reason why Arnold Bennett's description of the siege of Paris in The Old Wives' Tale is so disconcerting to many people. It is hard to believe that daily life continues with its stretches of boredom and its personal interests, even while the enemy is bombarding a city. How much more difficult is it to imagine a revolution that is to come, to space it properly through a long period of time, to conceive what it will be like to the people who live through it. Almost all social prediction is catastrophic and absurdly simplified. Even those who talk of the slow "evolution" of society are likely to think of it as a series of definite changes, easily marked and well known to everybody. It is what Bernard Shaw calls the reformer's habit of mistaking his private emotions for a public movement. Even though the next century is full of dramatic episodes, the collapse of governments and labor wars, these events will be to the social revolution what the smashing of machines in Lancashire was to the industrial revolution. The reality that is worthy of attention is a change in the very texture and quality of millions of lives, a change that will be vividly perceptible only in the retrospect of history. The conservative often has a sharp sense of the complexity of revolution. Not desiring change, he prefers to emphasize its difficulties, whereas the reformer is enticed into a faith that the intensity of desire is a measure of its social effect. Yet just because no reform is in itself a revolution, we must not jump to the assurance that no revolution can be accomplished. True as it is that great changes are imperceptible, it is no less true that they are constantly taking place. Moreover, for the very reason that human life changes its quality so slowly, the panic over political proposals is childish. It is obvious, for instance, that the recall of judges will not revolutionize the national life. That is why the opposition generated will seem superstitious to the next generation. As I write, a convention of the Populist Party has just taken place. 8 delegates attended the meeting, which was held in a parlor. Even the reactionary press speaks in a kindly way about these men. 20 years ago the Populists were hated and feared as if they practiced black magic. What they wanted is on the point of realization. To some of us it looks like a drop in the bucket, a slight part of vastly greater plans. But how stupid was the fear of populism! What unimaginative nonsense it was to suppose 20 years ago that the program was the road to the end of the world. One good deed or one bad one is no measure of a man's character. The last judgment, let us hope, will be no series of decisions as simple as that. The soul survives its adventures, says Chesterton with a splendid sense of justice. a country survives its legislation. That truth should not comfort the conservative nor depress the radical, for it means that public policy can enlarge its scope and increase its audacity, can try big experiments without trembling too much over the result. This nation could enter upon the most radical experiments, and could afford to fail in them. Mistakes do not affect us so deeply as we imagine. Our prophecies of change are subjective wishes or fears that never come to full realization. Those socialists are confused who think that a new era can begin by a general strike or an electoral victory. Their critics are just a bit more confused when they become hysterical over the prospect. Both of them overemphasize the importance of single events. Yet I do not wish to furnish the impression that crises are negligible. They are extremely important as symptoms, as milestones, and as instruments. It is simply that the reality of a revolution is not in a political decree or the scarehead of a newspaper, but in the experiences, feelings, habits of myriads of men. No one who watched the textile strike at Lawrence, Massachusetts in the winter of 1912 can forget the astounding effect it had on the complacency of the public. Very little was revealed that any well-informed social worker does not know as a commonplace about the mill population. The wretchedness and brutality of Lawrence conditions had been described in books and magazines and speeches until radicals had begun to wonder at times whether the power of language wasn't exhausted. The response was discouragingly weak. An occasional government investigation, an impassioned protest from a few individuals, a placid charity, were about all that the middle-class public had to say about factory life. The cynical indifference of legislatures and the hypocrisy of the dominant parties were all that politics had to offer. The Lawrence strike touched the most impervious. Story after story came to our ears of hardened reporters who suddenly refused to misrepresent the strikers, of politicians aroused to action, of social workers become revolutionary. Daily conversation was shocked into some contact with realities. The newspapers actually printed facts about the situation of a working class population. And why? The reason is not far to seek. The Lawrence strikers did something more than insist upon their wrongs. They showed a disposition to right them. That is what scared public opinion into some kind of truth-telling. So long as the poor are docile in their poverty, the rest of us are only too willing to satisfy our consciences by pitying them. But when the downtrodden gather into a threat, as they did at Lawrence, when they show that they have no stake in civilization and consequently no respect for its institutions, when the object of pity becomes the avenger of its own miseries, then the middle-class public begins to look at the problem more intelligently. We are not civilized enough to meet an issue before it becomes acute. We were not intelligent enough to free the slaves peacefully. We are not intelligent enough today to meet the industrial problem before it develops a crisis. That is the hard truth of the matter. And that is why no honest student of politics can plead that social movements should confine themselves to argument and debate, abandoning the militancy of the strike, the insurrection, the strategy of social conflict. Those who deplore the use of force in the labor struggle should ask themselves whether the ruling classes of a country could be depended upon to inaugurate a program of reconstruction which would abolish the barbarism that prevails in industry. Does anyone seriously believe that the business leaders, the makers of opinion and the politicians will, on their own initiative, bring social questions to a solution? If they do, it will be for the first time in history. The trivial plans they are introducing today, profit sharing and welfare work, are on their own admission an attempt to quiet the unrest and ward off the menace of socialism. No, paternalism is not dependable, granting that it is desirable. It will do very little more than it feels compelled to do. Those who today bear the brunt of our evils dare not throw themselves upon the mercy of their masters, not though there are bread and circuses as a reward. From the groups upon whom the pressure is most direct must come the power to deal with it. We are not all immediately interested in all problems. Our attention wanders unless the people who are interested compel us to listen. Social movements are at once the symptoms and the instruments of progress. Ignore them and statesmanship is irrelevant. Fail to use them and it is weak. Often in the course of these essays I have quoted from H.G. Wells. I must do so again. "Every party stands essentially for the interests and mental usages of some definite class or group of classes in the exciting community, and every party has its scientific-minded and constructive leading section, with well-defined hinterlands formulating its social functions in a public-spirited form, and its superficial-minded following confessing its meanness and vanities and prejudices. No class will abolish itself, materially alter its way of living, or drastically reconstruct itself, albeit no class is indisposed to cooperate in the unlimited socialization of any other class. In that capacity for aggression upon other classes lies the essential driving force of modern affairs." Unquote. The truth of this can be tested in the socialist movement. There is a section among the socialists which regards the class movement of labor as a driving force in the socialization of industry. This group sees clearly that without the threat of aggression no settlement of the issues is possible. Ordinarily such socialists say that the class struggle is a movement which will end classes. They mean that the self-interest of labor is identical with the interests of a community, that it is a kind of social selfishness. But there are other socialists who speak constantly of working class government, and they mean just what they say. It is their intention to have the community ruled in the interests of labor. Probe their minds to find out what they mean by labor, and in all honesty you cannot escape the admission that they mean industrial labor alone. These socialists think entirely in terms of the factory population of cities. The farmers, the small shopkeepers, the professional classes have only a perfunctory interest for them. I know that no end of phrases could be adduced to show the inclusiveness of the word labor, but their intention is what I have tried to describe. They are thinking of government by a factory population. They appeal to history for confirmation. Have not all social changes, they ask, meant the emergence of a new economic class until it dominated society? Did not the French Revolution mean the conquest of the feudal landlord by the middle-class merchant? Why should not the social revolution mean the victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie? That may be true, but it is no reason for being bullied by it into a tame admission that what has always been must always be. I see no reason for exalting the unconscious failures of other revolutions into deliberate models for the next one. Just because the capacity of aggression in the middle class ran away with things, and failed to fuse into any decent social ideal, is not ground for trying as earnestly as possible to repeat the mistake. The lesson of it all, it seems to me, is this: that class interests are the driving forces which keep public life centered upon essentials. They become dangerous to a nation when it denies them, thwarts them, and represses them so long that they burst out and become dominant. Then there is no limit to their aggression until another class appears with contrary interests. The situation might be compared to those hysterias in which a suppressed impulse flares up and rules the whole mental life. Social life has nothing whatever to fear from group interests so long as it doesn't try to play the ostrich in regard to them. So the burden of national crises is squarely upon the dominant classes who fight so foolishly against the emergent ones. That is what precipitates violence. That is what renders social cooperation impossible. That is what makes catastrophes the method of change. The wisest rulers see this. They know that the responsibility for insurrections rests, in the last analysis, upon the unimaginative greed and endless stupidity of the dominant classes. There is something pathetic in the blindness of powerful people when they face a social crisis. Fighting viciously every readjustment which a nation demands, they make their own overthrow inevitable. It is they who turn opposing interests into a class war. Confronted with the deep insurgency of labor, what do capitalists and their spokesmen do? They resist every demand, submit only after a struggle, and prepare a condition of war to the death. When far-sighted men appear in the ruling classes, men who recognize the need of a civilized answer to this increasing restlessness, the rich and the powerful treat them to a scorn and a hatred that are incredibly bitter. The hostility against men like Roosevelt, La Follette, Bryan, Lloyd George is enough to make an observer believe that the rich of today are as stupid as the nobles of France before the Revolution. It seems to me that Roosevelt never spoke more wisely or as a better friend of civilization than the time when he said at New York City on March 20, 1912, that, quote, "The woes of France for a century and a quarter have been due to the folly of her people in splitting into the two camps of unreasonable conservatism and unreasonable radicalism. Had pre-revolutionary France listened to men like Turgot and backed them up, all would have gone well. But the beneficiaries of privilege, the Bourbon reactionaries, the short-sighted ultra-conservatives turned down Turgot, and then found that instead of him they had obtained Robespierre. They gained 20 years' freedom from all restraint and reform at the cost of the whirlwind of the Red Terror, and in their turn the unbridled extremists of the Terror induced a blind reaction, and so, with convulsion and oscillation from one extreme to another, with alternations of violent radicalism and violent Bourbonism, the French people went through misery to a shattered goal." Unquote. Profound changes are not only necessary but highly desirable. Even if this country were comfortably well off, healthy, prosperous, and educated, men would go on inventing and creating opportunities to amplify the possibilities of life. These inventions would mean radical transformations, for we are bent upon establishing more in this nation than a minimum of comfort. A liberal people would welcome social inventions as gladly as we do mechanical ones. What it would fear is a hard-shell resistance to change which brings it about explosively. Catastrophes are disastrous to radical and conservative alike. They do not preserve what was worth maintaining. They allow a deformed and often monstrous perversion of the original plan. The emancipation of the slaves might teach us the lesson that an explosion followed by reconstruction is satisfactory to nobody. Statesmanship would go out to meet a crisis before it had become acute. The thing it would emphatically not do is to dam up an insurgent current until it overflowed the countryside. Fight labor's demands to the last ditch, and there will come a time when it seizes the whole of power, makes itself sovereign, and takes what it used to ask. That is a poor way for a nation to proceed. For the insurgent become master is a fanatic from the struggle, and as George Santayana says, he is only too likely to redouble his effort after he has forgotten his aim. Nobody need waste his time debating whether or not there are to be great changes. That is settled for us whether we like it or not. What is worth debating is the method by which change is to come about. Our choice, it seems to me, lies between a blind push and a deliberate leadership, between thwarting movements until they master us, and domesticating them until they are answered. When Roosevelt formed the Progressive Party on a platform of social reform, he crystallized a deep unrest, brought it out of the cellars of resentment into the agora of political discussion. He performed the real task of a leader, a task which has essentially two dimensions. By becoming part of the dynamics of unrest, he gathered a power of effectiveness. By formulating a program for insurgency, he translated it into terms of public service. What Roosevelt did at the middle class level, the socialists have done at the proletarian. The world has been slow to recognize the work of the Socialist Party in transmuting a dumb muttering into a civilized program. It has found an intelligent outlet for forces that would otherwise be purely cataclysmic. The truth of this has been tested recently in the appearance of the direct actionists. They are men who have lost faith in political socialism. Why? Because, like all other groups, the socialists tend to become routineers, to slip into an easy reiteration. The direct actionists are a warning to the Socialist Party that its tactics and its program are not adequate to domesticating the deepest unrest of labor. Within that party, therefore, a leadership is required which will ride the forces of syndicalism and use them for a constructive purpose. The brilliant writer of the Notes of the Week in the English New Age has shown how this might be done. He has fused the insight of the syndicalist with the plans of the collectivists under the name of Guild Socialism. His plan calls for co-management of industry by the state and the labor union. It steers a course between exploitation by a bureaucracy in the interests of the consumer, the socialist danger, and oppressive monopolies by industrial unions, the syndicalist danger. I shall not attempt to argue here either for or against the scheme. My concern is with method rather than with special pleadings. The guild socialism of the New Age is merely an instance of statesmanlike dealing with a new social force. Instead of throwing up its hands in horror at one over-advertised tactical incident like sabotage, the New Age went straight to the creative impulse of the syndicalist movement. Every true craftsman, artist, or professional man knows and sympathizes with that impulse. You may call it a desire for self-direction in labor. The deepest revolt implied in the term syndicalism is against the impersonal, driven quality of modern industry, against the destruction of that pride which alone distinguishes work from slavery. Some such impulse as that is what marks off syndicalism from the other revolts of labor. Our suspicion of the collectivist arrangement is aroused by the picture of a vast state machine so horribly well regulated that human impulse is utterly subordinated. I believe, too, that the fighting qualities of syndicalism are kept at the boiling point by a greater sense of outraged human dignity than can be found among mere socialists or unionists. The imagination is more vivid. The horror of capitalism is not alone in the poverty and suffering it entails, but in its ruthless denial of life to millions of men. The most cruel of all denials is to deprive a human being of joyous activity. Syndicalism is shot through with the assertion that an imposed drudgery is intolerable, that labor at a subsistence wage, as a cog in a meaningless machine, is no condition upon which to found civilization. That is a new kind of revolt, more dangerous to capitalism than the demand for higher wages. You cannot treat the syndicalists like cattle, because forsooth they have ceased to be cattle. The damned wantlessness of the poor, about which Oscar Wilde complained, the cry for a little more fodder, gives way to an insistence upon the chance to be interested in life. To shut the door in the face of such a current of feeling because it is occasionally exasperated into violence would be as futile as locking up children because they get into mischief. The mind which rejects syndicalism entirely because of the byproducts of its despair has had pearls cast before it in vain. I know that syndicalism means a revision of some of our plans, that it is an intrusion upon many a glib prejudice. But a human impulse is more important than any existing theory. We must not throw an unexpected guest out of the window because no place is set for him at table. For we lose not only the charm of his company, he may in anger wreck the house. Yet the whole nation can't sit at one table. The politician will object that all human interests can't be embodied in a party program. That is true, truer than most politicians would admit in public. No party can represent a whole nation, although, with the exception of the socialists, all of them pretend to do just that. The reason is very simple. A platform is a list of performances that are possible within a few years. It is concerned with more or less immediate proposals, and in a nation split up by class, sectional and racial interests, these proposals are sure to arouse hostility. No definite industrial and political platform, for example, can satisfy rich and poor, black and white, Eastern creditor and Western farmer. A party that tried to answer every conflicting interest would stand still, because people were pulling in so many different directions. It would arouse the anger of every group and the approval of its framers. It would have no dynamic power, because the forces would neutralize each other. One comprehensive party platform fusing every interest is impossible and undesirable. What is both possible and desirable is that every group interest should be represented in public life, that it should have spokesmen and influence in public affairs. This is almost impossible today. Our blundering political system is pachydermic in its irresponsiveness. The methods of securing representation are unfit instruments for any flexible use. But the United States is evidently not exceptional in this respect. England seems to suffer in the same way. In May 1912, the Daily Mail published a series of articles by H. G. Wells on the labor unrest. Is he not describing almost any session of Congress when he says that, quote, "to go into the House of Commons is to go aside out of the general stream of the community's vitality into a corner where little is learnt and much is concocted, into a specialized assembly which is at once inattentive to and monstrously influential in our affairs." Unquote. Further on Wells remarks that, quote, "the diminishing actuality of our political life is a matter of almost universal comment today. In Great Britain we do not have elections any more. We have rejections. What really happens at a general election is that the party organizations, obscure and secretive conclaves with entirely mysterious funds, appoint about 1,200 men to be our rulers, and all that we so-called self-governing people, are permitted to do is, in a muddled, angry way, to strike off the names of about half these selected gentlemen." Unquote. A cynic might say that the people can't go far wrong in politics because they can't be very right. Our so-called representative system is unrepresentative in a deeper way than the reformers who talk about the money power imagine. It is empty and thin, a stifling of living currents in the interest of a mediocre regularity. But suppose that politics were made responsive. Suppose that the forces of the community found avenues of expression into public life. Would not our legislatures be cut up into antagonistic parties? Would not the conflicts of the nation be concentrated into one heated hall? If you really represented the country in its government, would you not get its partisanship in a quintessential form? After all, group interests in the nation are diluted by space and time. The mere separation in cities and country prevents them from falling into the psychology of the crowd. But let them all be represented in one room by men who are professionally interested in their constituencies' prejudices, and what would you accomplish but a deepening of the cleavages? Would the session not become an interminable wrangle? Nobody can answer these questions with any certainty. Most prophecies are simply the masquerades of prejudice, and the people who love stability and prefer to let their own well-being alone will see in a sensitive political system little but an invitation to chaos. They will choose facts to adorn their fears. History can be all things to all men. Nothing is easier than to summon the Terror, the Commune, lynchings in the Southern States, as witnesses to the excesses and hysterias of the mob. Those facts will prove the case conclusively to anyone who has already made up his mind on the subject. Absolute democrats can also line up their witnesses: the conservatism of the Swiss, Wisconsin's successful experiments, the patience and judgment of the Danes. Both sides are remarkably sure that the right is with them, whereas the only truth about which an observer can be entirely certain is that in some places and in certain instances democracy is admittedly successful. There is no absolute case one way or the other. It would be silly from the experience we have to make a simple judgment about the value of direct expression. You cannot lump such a mass of events together and come to a single conclusion about them. It is a crude habit of mind that would attempt it. You might as well talk abstractly about the goodness or badness of this universe, which contains happiness, pain, exhilaration and indifference in 1,000 varying grades and quantities. There is no such thing as democracy. There are a number of more or less democratic experiments, which are not subject to wholesale eulogy or condemnation. The questions about the success of a truly representative system are pseudo-questions, and for this reason: success is not due to the system, it does not flow from it automatically. The source of success is in the people who use the system. As an instrument it may help or hinder them, but they must operate it. Government is not a machine running on straight tracks to a desired goal. It is a human work which may be facilitated by good tools. That is why the achievements of the Swiss may mean nothing whatever when you come to prophesy about the people of New York. Because Wisconsin has made good use of the direct primary, it does not follow that it will benefit the Filipino. It always seems curious to watch the satisfaction of some reform magazines when China or Turkey or Persia imitates the constitutional forms of Western democracies. Such enthusiasts postulate a uniformity of human ability which every fact of life contradicts. Present-day reform lays a great emphasis upon instruments and very little upon the skillful use of them. It says that human nature is all right, that what is wrong is the system. Now the effect of this has been to concentrate attention on institutions and to slight men. A small step further, institutions become an end in themselves. They may violate human nature as the taboo does. That does not disturb the interest in them very much, for by common consent reformers are to fix their minds upon the system. A machine should be run by men for human uses. The preoccupation with "the system" lays altogether too little stress on the men who operate it and the men for whom it is run. It is as if you put all your effort into the working of a plow and forgot the farmer and the consumer. I state the case baldly and contradiction would be easy. The reformer might point to phrases like "human welfare" which appear in his writings. And yet the point stands, I believe. The emphasis which directs his thinking bears most heavily upon the mechanics of life, only perfunctorily upon the ability of the men who are to use them. Even an able reformer like Mr. Frederick C. Howe does not escape entirely. A recent book is devoted to a glowing eulogy of "Wisconsin, an Experiment in Democracy." In a concluding chapter Mr. Howe states the philosophy of the experiment. "What is the explanation of Wisconsin?" he asks. "Why has it been able to eliminate corruption, machine politics, and rid itself of the boss? What is the cause of the efficiency, the thoroughness, the desire to serve which animate the state? Why has Wisconsin succeeded where other states have uniformly failed? I think the explanation is simple. It is also perfectly natural. It is traceable to democracy, to the political freedom which had its beginning in the direct primary law, and which has been continuously strengthened by later laws." Some pages later, "Wisconsin assumed that the trouble with our politics is not with our people, but with the machinery with which the people work. It has established a line of vision as direct as possible between the people and the expression of their will." The impression Mr. Howe evidently wishes to leave with his readers is that the success of the experiment is due to the instruments rather than to the talent of the people of Wisconsin. That would be a valuable and comforting assurance to propagandists, for it means that other states with the same instruments can achieve the same success. But the conclusion seems to me utterly unfounded. The reasoning is perilously like that of the gifted lady amateur who expects to achieve greatness by imitating the paint box and palette, oils and canvases of an artist. Mr. Howe's own book undermines his conclusions. He begins with an account of La Follette, of a man with initiative and a constructive bent. The forces of La Follette set in motion are commented upon. The work of Van Hise is shown. What Wisconsin had was leadership and a people that responded, inventors and constructive minds. They forged the direct primary and the state university out of the impetus within themselves. No doubt they were fortunate in their choice of instruments. They made the expression of the people's will direct, yet that will surely is the more primary thing. It makes and uses representative systems, but you cannot reverse the process. A man can manufacture a plow and operate it, but no amount of plows will create a man and endow him with skill. All sorts of observers have pointed out that the Western states adopt reform legislation more quickly than the Eastern. Yet no one would seriously maintain that the West is more progressive because it has progressive laws. The laws are a symptom and an aid, but certainly not the cause. Constitutions do not make people; people make constitutions. So the task of reform consists not in presenting a state with progressive laws, but in getting the people to want them. The practical difference is extraordinary. I insist upon it so much because the tendency of political discussion is to regard government as automatic, a device that is sure to fail or sure to succeed. It is sure of nothing. Effort moves it, intelligence directs it, its fate is in human hands. End of section 11. Section 12 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Continuation of Chapter 9. The politics I have urged in these chapters cannot be learned by rote. What can be taught by rule of thumb is the administration of precedents. That is at once the easiest and the most fruitless form of public activity. Only a low degree of intelligence is required, and of effort merely a persistent repetition. Men fall into a routine when they are tired and slack. It has all the appearance of activity, with few of its burdens. It was a profound observation when Bernard Shaw said that men dread liberty because of the bewildering responsibility it imposes and the uncommon alertness it demands. To do what has always been done, to think in well-cut channels, to give up the intolerable disease of thought, is an almost constant demand of our natures. That is perhaps why so many of the romantic rebels of the 19th century sank at last into the comforting arms of Mother Church. That is perhaps the reason why most oldish men acquire information, but learn very little. The conservative who loves his routine is, in 9 cases out of 10, a creature too lazy to change its habits. Confronted with a novelty, the first impulse is to snub it and send it into exile. When it becomes too persistent to be ignored, a taboo is erected and threats of fines and condign punishment are made if it doesn't cease to appear. This is the level of culture at which Sherman antitrust acts are passed, brothels are raided, and labor agitators are thrown into jail. If the taboo is effective, it drives the evil under cover, where it festers and emits a slow poison. This is the price we pay for the appearance of suppression. But if the problem is more heavily charged with power, the taboo irritates the force until it explodes. Not infrequently what was once simply a factor of life becomes the dominating part of it. At this point the whole routinier scheme of things collapses. There is a period of convulsion and cesarean births, and men weary of excitement sink back into a newer routine. Thus the cycle of futility is completed. The process bears as much resemblance to statecraft as sitting backward on a runaway horse does to horsemanship. The ordinary politician has no real control, no direction, no insight into the power he rides. What he has is an elevated, though temporary, seat. Real statesmanship has a different ambition. It begins by accepting human nature. No routine has ever done that in spite of the conservative patter about human nature. Mechanical politics has usually begun by ignoring, and ended by violating, the nature of men. To accept that nature does not mean that we accept its present character. It is probably true that the impulses of men have changed very little within recorded history. What has changed enormously from epoch to epoch is the character in which these impulses appear. The impulses that at one period work themselves out into cruelty and lust may at another produce the richest values of civilized life. The statesman can effect that choice. His business is to provide fine opportunities for the expression of human impulses, to surround childhood, youth and age with homes and schools, cities and countryside that shall be stocked with interest and the chance for generous activity. Government can play a leading part in this work, for with the decadence of the church it has become the only truly Catholic organization in the land. Its task is essentially to carry out programs of service, to add and build and increase the facilities of life. Repression is an insignificant part of its work. The use of the club can never be applauded, though it may be tolerated faute de mieux. Its use is a confession of ignorance. A sensitively representative machinery will probably serve such statesmanship best. For the easy expression of public opinion in government is a clue to what services are needed and a test of their success. It keeps the processes of politics well ventilated and reminds politicians of their excuse for existence. In that kind of statesmanship there will be a premium on inventiveness, on the ingenuity to devise and plan. There will be much less use for lawyers and a great deal more for scientists. The work requires industrial organizers, engineers, architects, educators, sanitists, to achieve what leadership brings into the program of politics. This leadership is the distinctive fact about politics. The statesman acts in part as an intermediary between the experts and his constituency. He makes social movements conscious of themselves, expresses their needs, gathers their power, and then thrusts them behind the inventor and the technician in the task of actual achievement. What Roosevelt did in the conservation movement was typical of the statesman's work. He recognized the need of attention to natural resources, made it public, crystallized its force, and delegated the technical accomplishment to Pinchot and his subordinates. But creative statesmanship requires a culture to support it. It can neither be taught by rule nor produced out of a vacuum. A community that clatters along with its rusty habits of thought unquestioned, making no distinction between instruments and idols, with a dull consumption of machine-made romantic fiction, no criticism, an empty pulpit and an unreliable press, will find itself faithfully mirrored in public affairs. The one thing that no democrat may assume is that the people are dear good souls, fully competent for their task. The most valuable leaders never assume that. No one, for example, would accuse Karl Marx of disloyalty to working men. Yet in 1850 he could write at the demagogues among his friends, quote, "While we draw the attention of the German workmen to the undeveloped state of the proletariat in Germany, you flatter the national spirit and the guild prejudices of the German artisans in the grossest manner, a method of procedure without doubt the more popular of the two. Just as the Democrats made a sort of fetish of the words 'the people,' so you make one of the word 'proletariat.'" Unquote. John Spargo quotes this statement in his Life. Marx, we are told, could use phrases like democratic miasma. He never seems to have made the mistake of confusing democracy with demolatry. Spargo is perfectly clear about this characteristic of Marx. Quote, "He admired most of all, perhaps, that fine devotion to truth as he understood it, and disregard of popularity which marked Owen's life. Contempt for popular opinion was one of his most strongly developed characteristics. He was fond," says Liebknecht, "of quoting as his motto the defiant line of Dante, with which he afterwards concluded his preface to Das Kapital: 'Segui il tuo corso e lascia dir le genti.'" Unquote. It is to Marx's everlasting credit that he set the intellectual standard of socialism on the most vigorous intellectual basis he could find. He knew better than to be satisfied with loose thinking and fairly good intentions. He knew that the vast change he contemplated needed every ounce of intellectual power that the world possessed. A fine boast it was that socialism was equipped with all the culture of the age. I wonder what he would have thought of an enthusiastic socialist candidate for governor of New York, who could write that, quote, "Until men are free, the world has no need of any more literary efforts, of any more paintings, of any more poems. It is better to have said one word for the emancipation of the race than to have written the greatest novel of the times. The world doesn't need any more literature." Unquote. I will not venture a guess as to what Marx would have said, but I know what we must say. Without a literature the people is dumb. Without novels and poems, plays and criticism, without books of philosophy, there is neither the intelligence to plan, the imagination to conceive, nor the understanding of a common purpose. Without culture you can knock down governments, overturn property relations, you can create excitement, but you cannot create a genuine revolution in the lives of men. The reply of the working men in 1847 to Cabet's proposal that they found Icaria, a new terrestrial paradise, in Texas if you please, contains this interesting objection, quote, "Because although those comrades who tend to emigrate with Cabet may be eager communists, yet they still possess too many of the faults and prejudices of present-day society by reason of their past education to be able to get rid of them at once by joining Icaria." Unquote. That simple statement might be taken to heart by all the reformers and socialists who insist that the people are all right, that only institutions are wrong. The politics of Reconstruction require a nation vastly better educated, a nation freed from its slovenly ways of thinking, stimulated by wider interests, and jacked up constantly by the sharpest kind of criticism. It is puerile to say that institutions must be changed from top to bottom, and then assume that their victims are prepared to make the change. No amount of charters, direct primaries, or short ballots make a democracy out of an illiterate people. Those portions of America where there are voting booths but no schools cannot possibly be described as democracies. Nor can the person who reads one corrupt newspaper and then goes out to vote make any claim to having registered his will. He may have a will, but he has not used it. For politics whose only ideal is the routine, it is just as well that men shouldn't know what they want or how to express it. Education has always been a considerable nuisance to the conservative intellect. In the Southern states, culture among the negroes is openly deplored, and I do not blame any patriarch for dreading the education of women. It is out of culture that the substance of real revolutions is made. If by some magic force you could grant women the vote and then keep them from schools and colleges, newspapers and lectures, the suffrage would be no more effective than a blue law against kissing your wife on Sunday. It is democratic machinery with an educated citizenship behind it that embodies all the fears of the conservative and the hopes of the radical. Culture is the name for what people are interested in, their thoughts, their models, the books they read and the speeches they hear, their table talk, gossip, controversies, historical sense and scientific training, the values they appreciate, the quality of life they admire. All communities have a culture. It is the climate of their civilization. Without a favorable culture, political schemes are a mere imposition. They will not work without a people to work them. The real preparation for a creative statesmanship lies deeper than parties and legislatures. It is the work of publicists and educators, scientists, preachers, and artists. Through all the agents that make and popularize thought must come a bent of mind interested in invention and freed from the authority of ideas. The democratic culture must, with critical persistence, make man the measure of all things. I have tried again and again to point out the iconoclasm that is constantly necessary to avoid the distraction that comes of idolizing our own methods of thought. Without an unrelaxing effort to center the mind upon human uses, human purposes, and human results, it drops into idolatry and becomes hostile to creation. The democratic experiment is the only one that requires this willful humanistic culture. An absolutism like Russia's is served better when the people accept their ideas as authoritative and piously sacrifice humanity to a non-human purpose. An aristocracy flourishes where the people find a vicarious enjoyment in admiring the successes of the ruling class. That prevents men from developing their own interests and looking for their own successes. No doubt Napoleon was well content with the philosophy of those guardsmen who drank his health before he executed them. But those excellent soldiers would make dismal citizens. A view of life in which man obediently allows himself to be made grist for somebody else's mill is the poorest kind of preparation for the work of self-government. You cannot long deny external authorities in government and hold to them for the rest of life, and it is no accident that the 19th century questioned a great deal more than the sovereignty of kings. The revolt went deeper, and democracy in politics was only an aspect of it. The age might be compared to those years of a boy's life when he becomes an atheist and quarrels with his family. The 19th century was a bad time not only for kings, but for priests, the classics, parental autocrats, indissoluble marriage, Shakespeare, the Aristotelian politics, and the validity of logic. If disobedience is man's original virtue, as Oscar Wilde suggested, it was an extraordinarily virtuous century. Not a little of the revolt was an exuberant rebellion for its own sake. There were also counter-revolutions, deliberate returns to orthodoxy, as in the case of Chesterton. The transvaluation of values was performed by many hands into all sorts of combinations. There have been other periods of revolution. Heresy is just a few hours younger than orthodoxy. Disobedience is certainly not the discovery of the 19th century. But the quality of it is. I believe Chesterton has hold of an essential truth when he says that this is the first time men have boasted of their heresy. The older rebels claimed to be more orthodox than the Church, to have gone back to the true authorities. The radicals of recent times proclaim that there is no orthodoxy, no doctrine that men must accept without question. Without doubt, they deceive themselves mightily. They have their invisible popes, called art, nature, science, with regalia and ritual and a catechism. But they don't mean to have them. They mean to be self-governing in their spiritual lives. And this intention is the half-perceived current which runs through our age and galvanizes so many queer revolts. It would be interesting to trace out the forms it has taken, the abortive cults it has tried and abandoned. In another connection I pointed to autonomy as the hope of syndicalism. It would not be difficult to find a similar assertion in the feminist agitation. From Mrs. Gilman's profound objections against a man-made world to the lady who would like to vote about her taxes, there is a feeling that woman must be something more than a passive creature. Walter Pater might be quoted in his conclusion to the effect that, quote, "the theory or idea or system which requires of us the sacrifice of any part of experience, in consideration of some interest into which we cannot enter,
or some abstract theory we have not identified with ourselves, or what is only conventional, has no real claim upon us." The desire for self-direction has made 1,000 philosophies as contradictory as the temperaments of the thinkers. A storehouse of illustration is at hand. Nietzsche advising the creative man to bite off the head of the serpent which is choking him, and become a transfigured being, a light-surrounded being that laughed. One might point to Stirner's absolute individualism, or turn to Whitman's wholehearted acceptance of every man with his catalogue of defects and virtues. Some of these men have cursed each other roundly. Georges Sorel, for example, who urges working men to accept none of the bourgeois morality, and becomes most eloquent when he attacks other revolutionists. I do not wish to suggest too much unanimity in the hundreds of artists and thinkers that are making the thought of our times. There is a kind of professional reconciler of opposites who likes to lump all the prominent rebels together and refer to them affectionately as "us radicals." Yet that there is a common impulse in modern thought which strives towards autonomy is true and worth remarking. In some men it is half conscious, in others a minor influence, but almost no one of weight escapes the contagion of it entirely. It is a new culture that is being prepared. Without it there would today be no demand for a creative statesmanship which turns its back upon the routine and the taboo, kings and idols, and non-human purposes. It does more. It is making the atmosphere in which a humanly centered politics can flourish. The fact that this culture is multiform and often contradictory is a sign that more and more of the interests of life are finding expression. We should rejoice at that, for profusion means fertility. Where a dead uniformity ceases, invention and ingenuity flourish. Perhaps the insistence on the need of a culture in statecraft will seem to many people an old-fashioned delusion. Among the more rigid socialists and reformers it is not customary to spend much time discussing mental habits. That, they think, was made unnecessary by the discovery of an economic basis of civilization. The destinies of society are felt to be too solidly set in industrial conditions to allow any cultural direction. Where there is no choice, of what importance is opinion? All propaganda is, of course, a practical tribute to the value of culture. However inevitable the process may seem, all socialists agree that its inevitability should be fully realized. They teach at one time that men act from class interests, but they devote an enormous amount of energy to making men conscious of their class. It evidently matters to that supposedly inevitable progress whether men are aware of it. In short, the most hardened socialist admits choice and deliberation, culture and ideals into his working faith. He may talk as if there were an iron determinism, but his practice is better than his preachment. Yet there are necessities in social life. To all the purposes of politics it is settled, for instance, that the trust will never be unscrambled into small competing businesses. We say in our argument that a return to the days of the stagecoach is impossible, or that you cannot turn back the hands of the clock. Now man might return to the stagecoach if that seemed to him the supreme goal of all his effort, just as anyone can follow Chesterton's advice to turn back the hands of the clock if he pleases. But nobody can recover his yesterdays, no matter how much he abuses the clock. And no man can expunge the memory of railroads, though all the stations and engines were dismantled. "From this survival of the past," says Bergson, "it follows that consciousness cannot go through the same state twice." This is the real necessity that makes any return to the imagined glories of other days an idle dream. Graham Wallas remarks that those who have eaten of the tree of knowledge cannot forget. "Mr. Chesterton cries out like the Cyclops in the play, against those who complicate the life of man, and tells us to eat caviar on impulse, instead of grape nuts on principle. But since we cannot unlearn our knowledge, Mr. Chesterton is only telling us to eat caviar on principle." The binding fact we must face in all our calculations, and so in politics too, is that you cannot recover what is past. That is why educated people are not to be pressed into the customs of their ignorance, why women who have reached out for more than Kirche, Kinder und Küche can never again be entirely domestic and private in their lives. Once people have questioned an authority, their faith has lost its naivete. Once men have tasted inventions like the trust, they have learned something which cannot be annihilated. I know of one reformer who devotes a good deal of his time to intimate talks with powerful conservatives. He explains them to themselves. Never after do they exercise their power with the same unquestioning ruthlessness. Life is an irreversible process, and for that reason its future can never be a repetition of the past. This insight we owe to Bergson. The application of it to politics is not difficult, because politics is one of the interests of life. We can learn from him in what sense we are bound. "The finished portrait is explained by the features of the model, by the nature of the artist, by colors spread out on the palette. But even with the knowledge of what explains it, no one, not even the artist, could have foreseen exactly what the portrait would be, for to predict it would have been to produce it before it was produced." The future is explained by the economic and social institutions which were present at its birth. The trust and the labor union, all the movements and institutions will condition it. Just as the talent of the painter is formed or deformed, in any case is modified, under the very influence of the work he produces, so each of our states at the moment of its issue modifies our personality, being indeed the new form we are just assuming. It is then right to say that what we do depends on what we are, but it is necessary to add also that we are, to a certain extent, what we do, and that we are creating ourselves continually. What I have called culture enters into political life as a very powerful condition. It is a way of creating ourselves. Make a blind struggle luminous, drag an unconscious impulse into the open day, see that men are aware of their necessities, and the future is in a measure controlled. The culture of today is for the future an historical condition. That is its political importance. The mental habits we are forming, our philosophies and magazines, theaters, debates, schools, pulpits, and newspapers become part of an active past which, as Bergson says, "follows us at every instant. All that we have felt, thought, and willed from our earliest infancy is there, leaning over the present which is about to join it, pressing against the portals of consciousness that would fain leave it outside." Socialists claim that because the McNamara brothers had no "class consciousness," because they were without a philosophy of society and an understanding of the labor movement, their sense of wrong was bound to seek out dynamite. That is a profound truth backed by abundant evidence. If you turn, for example, to Spargo's Life of Karl Marx, you see that all through his career Marx struggled with the mere insurrectionists. It was the men without the Marxian vision of growth and discipline who were forever trying to lead little marauding bands against the governments of Europe. The fact is worth pondering. The Marxian socialists, openly declaring that all authority is a temporary manifestation of social conditions, have waged what we must call a war of culture against the powers of the world. They have tried to arouse in working men the consciousness of an historical mission. The patience of that labor is one of the wonders of the age. But the McNamaras had a culture that could help them not at all. They were Catholics, Democrats, and old-fashioned trade unionists. Religion told them that authority was absolute and eternal. Politics, that Jefferson had said about all there was to say. Economics insisted that the struggle between labor and capital was an everlasting seesaw. But life told them that society was brutal. An episode like the shirtwaist factory fire drove them to blasphemy and dynamite. Those bombs at Los Angeles, assassination and terrorism, are compounded of courage, indignation, and ignorance. Civilization has much to fear from the blind class antagonisms it fosters, but the preaching of class consciousness, far from being a fomenter of violence, must be recognized as the civilizing influence of culture upon economic interests. Thoughts and feelings count. We live in a revolutionary period, and nothing is so important as to be aware of it. The measure of our self-consciousness will more or less determine whether we are to be the victims or the masters of change. Without philosophy we stumble along. The old routines and the old taboos are breaking up anyway. Social forces are emerging which seek autonomy and struggle against slavery to non-human purposes. We seem to be moving towards some such statecraft as I have tried to suggest. But without knowledge of it, that progress will be checkered and perhaps futile. The dynamics for a splendid human civilization are all about us. They need to be used. For that, there must be a culture practiced in seeking the inwardness of impulses, competent to ward off the idols of its own thought, hospitable to novelty, and sufficiently inventive to harness power. Why this age should have come to be what it is, why at this particular time the whole drift of thought should be from authority to autonomy, would be an interesting speculation. It is one of the ultimate questions of politics. It is like asking why Athens in the 5th century B.C. was singled out as the luminous point of the Western world. We do not know enough to cut under such mysteries. We can only begin to guess why there was a Renaissance, why in certain centuries man seems extraordinarily creative. Perhaps the modern period with its flexibility, sense of change, and desire for self-direction is a liberation due to the great surplus of wealth. Perhaps the ease of travel, the popularizing of knowledge, the breakdown of frontiers have given us a new interest in human life by showing how temporary are all its instruments. Certainly placid or morose acceptance is undermined. If men remain slaves either to ideas or to other men, it will be because they do not know they are slaves. Their intention is to be free. Their desire is for a full and expressive life, and they do not relish a lopsided and lamed humanity. For the age is rich with varied and generous passions. This is the end of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This book was recorded for you by David Martin.